approximately £33 million. The basis of the cost was the design of proposal produced by DG Design, which involved the removal of the existing river wall, construction of a concrete channel to house the rising barrier, a concrete lateral support block, and a new stone face to the river. To provide some reassurance that our costs were reasonable, Dumfries and Galloway Council approached a civil engineering contractor with experience of this form of construction. The estimate provided by George Leslie Limited confirmed that our costs were reasonable.
Can I just stop you there?
Yeah.
What kind of works do George Leslie Limited tend to do in your experience?
They're a civil engineering contractor and do a lot of marine engineering work.
Thank you. If you could just continue on to the next paragraph. I think I stopped you at the end of 5.4.
Sorry. For the actual cost of the self-rising barriers, we utilised the estimates received from UK flood barriers, which detail a cost of £4.06 million for supply and installation of approximately 1,098 metres of barrier. This estimate was prorated to suit the linear length of the proposals. In addition to the civil engineering works and flood barrier, allowances also had to be included for resurfacing works following the civil works and reforming the cycleway. Allowance for hard and soft landscaping works, drainage works, service diversions, removal of sediment below Devergilla Bridge, a new toilet block, temporary car parking, and works at Greensands were also included. As a result of the majority of what's been carried out, either within or close to the river or channel, and the fact that the design development was not as progressed as option A, it was considered by the design team that there was greater risk associated with this scheme, and therefore the risk contingency allowance was increased to take account of this. There was also a greater allowance included for environmental works as a result of the extent of what's been undertaken within the river channel.
So that was the option which had a rising barrier sort of right on the river edge, as it were. Is that correct? And then the next one you're looking at is the one 5 metres in.
Option C. The cost of this option was assessed at approximately £30 million. The costing for this option followed similar principles to option B. The civil engineering costs were reduced. However, due to the depth of excavations required, there were additional costs required to protect the existing river wall. There was also greater site clearance and surface reinstatement allowances for this option compared with option B, and a greater allowance for service diversions. With this option, there are also costs associated with the resiting of the bus stances. As with option B, the risk contingency allowance was increased due to the risks associated with constructing in close proximity to the existing river wall and limited design development. Over the page, to finalise, the cost comparison is a further breakdown that we've developed showing the three options and the main elements associated with those.
I don't think I'll ask you to read that out. I think we can see the figures set out there. I just have a couple of supplementary questions for you, Mr. Callender. First of all, there's been some discussion of works required to deal with what one might describe the Scottish water part of this operation, the need to deal with the flood impacts on the Scottish water scheme and so on. Can I ask you, first of all, did you include an element for construction relating to that in your estimates?
Yes, I have, yes.
And can you tell us what that was? £2.02 million for drainage and sewer diversion works within the costs. Now, included in that £2.02 million is £900,000 for the pumping station, and £100,000 the pumping station to Dumfries and Galloway home site, and another £100,000 for the power supply to that pumping station. I understand that Scottish Water have also provided some figures which give slightly different figures for construction work. Is that correct? That's correct.
When we did our costs, December 16, January 17, we didn't have the Scottish Water. We'd been pushing them for a budget cost, basically, to see what they were coming at. We didn't have that by the time we finalised these costs. We got it in late in January, and as been pointed out, it was coming to £3 million, which obviously initially had us a little bit concerned. But in closer inspection of that cost, first of all, Scottish Water were quick to point out when they sent it that it was a very high-level estimate from them. They secondly said that the estimate is based on delivery through Scottish Water's alliance, and therefore Dumfries and Galloway Council will need to amend to take account of delivery through their appointed contractor. So what they're saying is their costs are based on them basically doing the work. We don't need to do that, as long as we do the work to their standards. So what we'd be doing is market testing it more than what's obviously here. So when we went to tender, it would be part of the main contractor's role to build the pumping station. The actual quote from Scottish Water has actually 1.2 million for the process components, they call it, which is the actual building works. Over and above that, there's a 1.8 million, which is for, well, quite a lot of contractors' overheads, delivery partner overheads, Scottish Water corporate overheads. All these things would disappear if we went to the market and did it ourselves. And the 900,000 cost that I've included is based on a Michelle's cost that they'd given me, which was based on works that they'd had done. So while we might be looking at a small increase, I've got no concerns that we're going anywhere near the £3 million that is in the Scottish Water quote, to be quite honest with you.
Thank you. I just have one other matter, if you could just bear with me a second. In your recognition, you set out the dates within which you carried out the functions you've described, which ended, I think, around February of 2017. Is that correct? About one thing, which is a document that appeared in Whitesands document 62, which was a quotation right at the end, almost the last piece of paper in the pile of paper, a quotation purporting to be sent to William Porteous. Now, first of all, do you know who William Porteous is? This purports to be from UK Flood Barriers. That's the company we now know has gone out of business. Dated the 4th of December, an address to Mr. Porteous. And I think you know that it's the Council's position that they hadn't seen that document at all until it appeared, having been uploaded on the DPEA website when these documents were accessed by the Council in the run-up to this inquiry. But I think you've been shown it now. Now, it contains some figures, is that correct?
Yes, it does, yes.
I wonder if you could just have a look at that. Do you have a copy there? Are these different figures to ones you've seen before?
Yeah, completely different, yes.
Now, are they different in any significant way?
Yes. When we originally got a quote from UK Flood Barriers was back, well, when I say we, Dumpton Galley Council, back in December 14 got a quote from UK Flood Barriers at that time. And the quote for the riverbank solution was 4.06 million for 1,098 metres, as I said in my precognition. And that's what we based our costs on, our comparable costs on, prorated. Obviously, seeing this cost is far in excess of that. What they've now included for is civil engineering works, which we assumed was under 4 million originally, because when we go back to when these quotes were first mentioned in local press and what have you, £4 million was the figure that was put across as the rising barrier cost. And to be honest with you, our company got a bit of criticism from various sources that we weren't comparing like for like and what have you. And seeing this cost, to me, it supports the costs we've done, and probably more, to be quite honest with you, because there's quite a lot that's still excluded from this cost that we would need to include, such as the drainage, service diversions, surfacing remedial works, the stone facing to the wall where the concrete works are, temporary car parking, Going by the exclusions that they've mentioned, they're not going to be what's called the principal contractor. They would be a subcontractor to a principal contractor, because they want the principal contractor to provide the electrical connections for them. So there's not any preliminaries involved. There's no contingency element in that. There's not the electrical supply in that. So there's quite a bit that would need to be added to the 17.2 million to make it a comparable cost that we could look at.
Did you also look at the payment terms that were proposed in that document for what it's worth?
Indeed I did, yes. Obviously 60% deposit on placement of order and balance 40% on completion of manufacture. That's never something that we could ever recommend that the council would get involved in doing something on these terms. It does.
Sorry, I just was a bit slow in noting that figure. Could you just repeat?
The payment terms are the deposit of 60%, and then the balance of 40% on completion of manufacture. Now, it's easy to say now. We all know what's happened to UK flood barriers. So the scenario is what would have happened if the council had entered a contract on these arrangements. We don't know where it would be now. The other thing that this brings to light in my mind is that obviously with building procurement, you try not to pay anything up front. Everything sort of, but there's always something that's specialist work that you need to pay something, a deposit. That's always going to happen. Now, with a rising barrier options as opposed to the raised walkway, there is more plant that needs to would then be possibly paid up front. So there's more risk, I would suggest, to the client of upfront payments with a raised walkway option than there would be with the raised walkway we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Mr. Callender. I have nothing further.
Thanks, Mr. Connell. Mr. Dowson.
Hello, Mr. Callender, and welcome. Just give me a second here now. I was going to start at Appendix A of Mr. Pickering's report, which you refer to in terms of costs. If we could just have a quick look at that. Well, this was Mr. Pickering's economic appraisal. I think you referred to it in your precognition. Yes, SD15. You refer to it in paragraph 2.2. And I just wanted to check with you that these figures, these are the figures that were used by Mr. Pickering. So I really want to check, because of the next witness as well, that these were the figures that were taken as the actual costs that you laid out in Appendix A there, and that those are the figures that Mr. Pickering would have used then for his economic appraisal. No. Yeah, and those costs, it says here, are exclusive of that and exclusive of operational and maintenance costs. Yeah, okay. That's just to get that clear in my head. Now then, in paragraph 4.3 then of your precognition, you mention a figure of 23.8 million plus a 1.2 million, and again you refer to Appendix A. So that's the kind of breakdown of that 25.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so that's consistent. I've got that kind of in my head. Okay, thank you. Paragraph 4.4, though, you take us forward to the second quarter of 2019. You mention an increase of 4.83%, 24.9 million. Would you have to add the 1.2 million design costs to that?
Up to that date.
Now, in paragraph 4.5, you mention these risk workshops held between members of the design team and other parties. and you came out with a total contingency, as was mentioned earlier, of about 3.9 million. But that only, correct me if I'm wrong, that only included 2.02 for Scottish Water. Was that what you said?
No,
sorry.
the cost, the 2.2 for the Scottish Water is not in the risk pot. That is in the costs. That is in the cost. We do actually have about another 150,000 in the risk pot allocated to the Scottish Water work within the 3.97 million.
Can you just explain to me, because I don't know, what this 3.9 million, what this risk pot actually is for?
It's trying to get input from all the design team and other contributing parties of what are the potential issues. You know, we've done our design up to this stage, we've costed it. What have we not thought about here? What needs to be put into the equation still? Like, what could possibly go wrong with this project? So everybody has their input, and we had Rose Department, we had, you know, we've had all departments of the council involved in this to do a formal workshop to come up with it. And as I said in my recognition, it's a Michelle's computer program that they've used on other projects that actually generates the actual end figures. So don't ask me how the schedule works, but there's a breakdown of a lot of elements which come up to 3.97 million. A lot of risk section. I mean, the point of this is that if this project did go into detailed design stage, then this would be used as a way of trying to bring the risk pot down. The contingencies, hopefully, by the time we went to tender on a detailed design, wouldn't be as much as this, because you've designed a lot of those risks out.
Okay, thank you for that. I noticed on your very back page, which is the cost comparisons, that in terms of risk, you basically doubled that figure for the Horizon Barrier. Now, I must admit, it seems to me that having the 3.9 million risk pot is pretty generous, but to then double it seems extremely generous. Could you explain that?
The 3.97 million for the option A works out about 23%, which is not for a civil engineering project, for a project of this nature, particularly high at this stage in the development. As I say, by the time we get to the final development, hopefully we'll be maybe 10-12% for the project. What the thoughts were with the option B and option C is, obviously it's been accepted that the design is not as developed for those as for option A. But what also is a major contribution is the risks of working in the river channel, which is what is a major risk. Where the raised walk advantages are, they don't have quite the same risks out with because of the out with the river channel, and also the option C was felt that it was as much risk because we're working so closely to the existing river wall. That's a big issue with the risks. I know you were saying last week your concerns about the raised walkway option with the stability of the river wall. The engineering suggestions are that the rising barrier option is far more risky to the river wall stability than the raised walkway option. So that is built into the contingency.
Who gave you that engineering opinion?
It's been discussed. It's been discussed generally over the past few years. That is the case, and certainly when we were putting the risk pot together, it was discussed by the design team in general.
I see. Yeah. Just for clarification, we've always we've never, from our side, we've never really pushed the building on the river wall. We accept that's more expensive and more complex. So option C would be certainly the one that we would have looked at, which I think is the cheaper one and would have less. I would argue would have less.
That's not what. Sorry.
No, right. Sorry.
If you just let Mr. Towson finish his question, because the way the microphones work make this difficult, if you don't mind, Mr. Calendar. Thank you.
I'm just trying to help a little bit by saying that option B we can always take out of this equation. We would never have promoted that because of the extra costs and problems with the river wall. Option C was based, I think, on something like 5 metres back from the river wall, but we've never been involved in the design of that, and I have to say I have got some great concerns about the design. So who was the designer of option C?
Option C is based on option B, basically. We didn't have a design specifically for option C. Option B, we've got a DG design sketch showing the section through the relationship between the river and the wall, and that has basically been moved 5 metres back. I mean, you're saying option B has never been your suggested one. The UK flood barriers quotes are all based on river construction, not on 5 metres back. So where that came from, I don't know, but that's what they've included for, and also they've included for 1,200 metres in their quotes, both occasions basically.
So, well, on the 1,200 metres, from our point of view, this is a mystery, absolute mystery to us, because we have never asked for 1,200 metres of rising barrier as a solution. The only issue we've been concerned about is 450 metres of bund. So where this 1,200 metre costing came from is a complete mystery to me. And would you not also accept that, from what you've just said, there is no design for option C. It can't properly be costed. You're comparing that with option A, which has had years of design. So you are not comparing like with like.
Certainly, the option A is completely different from option B and C. And as I say, what we've put together cost-wise for option B and C takes account of the elements that are in the option A costs that would be affected. Drainage, diversion of services, all these things would be affected. Option C, you're losing car parking spaces. There's surfacing repairs, there's bus stances to get moved. So we have put some thought. It's not not thought out, but yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's as detailed drawing design as option A. That is not the case.
Yeah, I mean, we've always taken the view that option C could be done without really losing car parking, bus stances and things like that. A proper designer on option C would give you a more detailed design that perhaps you could have costed more thoroughly. Why didn't you, in costing it, go back to UK Flood Barriers, Mr. Kelly, who had been in contact with the council? Why did you decide to go to to Leslie's instead? To Leslie's? Why didn't you go to UK Flood Barriers, who had met with the council, who were the designers or manufacturers of this particular product, to get both designs and costings? I mean, why go to Leslie's, who, although they are marine engineers, as far as I know, have no real record of manufacturing or installing rising barriers?
They wouldn't have been installing the rising barriers. That was the civil engineering works that goes with the rising barriers, and it's large civils work, but it's not complex works. George Leslie will do that work all the time. That's the point there. As for not going back to UK flood barriers, I was never in direct contact with UK flood barriers, so you'd have to speak to the council representatives on that one, who may have their own reasons why they didn't go back to them.
So do you think it would have been helpful to you or beneficial to your costing exercise to have had that direct contact with UK flood barriers?
Not really, because we've got a cost from UK flood barriers. What they were saying it was going to cost, and to do 1,097 metres for £4 million. Now we've got a cost from them for 1.2 million for doing for doing 1,200 metres for 17.9 million. I've got a bit of concern about the original 4 million if we're now looking at 17.9 million 4 years later. So, would it have been worthwhile? I'm not so sure.
I just mentioned the Scottish Water contingency again. We did hear from Mr Sharp last week about the £3 million estimate, but I kind of challenged that because of an email that we've seen from Scottish Water dated December 2016, where they said that the scheme was not detailed enough. The council drawings were not detailed enough for them to give a cost estimate. My own view is that that £3 million is far too conservative, and that the Scottish Water costs will end up considerably more. Are you aware that Scottish Water couldn't cost this scheme in December 2016?
Scottish Water had been to a number of meetings with Michelle's, which I hadn't been at, so I can't really comment on the details that they had at that time. I was at one meeting when we talked about costs and they were going to go away and put something together. So the reasons why it's a higher level estimate, I can't really comment on that. What I would go back to is, though, that we got a quote, we got a breakdown of costs from Michelle's for that work, for work that they do. Michelle's do a lot of that work, and they seemed reasonably confident with the figures they put together. And as I say, go back to what the Scottish Water quote says, or states here that there's so much in overheads that just wouldn't be relevant if we're going out in a procurement route.
Was that Scottish Water quote that you're referring to ever put in writing? Have you seen that in written form? Do you know the date? Can you advise us the date?
Is that a document that's been submitted? What is it that you're reading from? Sorry. What is that document that you're reading from? Mr Connell, do you know if that's a document that's been lodged?
It's not, ma'am, and I didn't move to do anything about it, given that there were exchanges the other day about the same figures, which we then moved on from. But no doubt, if it's wanted, the breakdown can be provided.
Sorry, I think we'll maybe ask to see that. We'll take a view over the break and we'll let you know. But Mr Dowson, if you be aware that we don't have that in front of us.
Nor do I. So, and the point I was simply trying to make was that in December 2016, Scottish Water say in their email that they can't cost the scheme because of the lack of detail, but we're now aware that there is a written costing, so it would be helpful to clear that up, I think. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You mentioned DG design in your recognition, I think, with regard to option B. Who are DG design?
You got that? Yeah, they're the design and engineering arm of the council.
And of course, they had already got their favoured option, and therefore were designing an option that they weren't so keen on. It's our view that they didn't do a particularly good job of that. Can I just give you some dates? In September 2015, the councillors on the committee asked the council to come up with basically a design, or to do a comparative costing. And I think that's the critical one. I have an Appendix 2. What was eventually put to the councillors was Appendix 2, I'm going to find it, of the report, which had those three options that you've just described and were laid out for councillors. This was Appendix 2 to the October EEI. It has been lodged as a document with you.
Do you know which number that is, Mr Dyson?
Oh, goodness. No, I don't. I'll have to find that. I'm sorry.
I know it's really hard,
Yeah, right.
but there are 1,000 documents before us.
Yeah.
And it's really, really helpful when you refer to a document rather than saying a committee report, which narrows it down.
Yeah, it does.
But it's really, really good if it's SD something other or something like that.
Yeah, I apologise.
No, I understand. We're in the same boat, but it's just like when we're making notes, it's so much easier.
Well, yeah. It's roughly the same costing, but there is difference because of the time. And so I won't go into the actual detail of it, but what I was wanting to point out was that this was the key document that was used by councillors as the option appraisal. This is the document that was also used to some extent on public display, I believe, on October the 1st to 3rd of that year, so that the public would have looked at this, and this is the document or costings that the public would have been asked to make comparisons on. So to our mind, that's a key document because that was the document that was effectively used to dismiss the rising barrier option in councillors' minds. The figures you've given us today in your appendix are presumably figures for now, or right, or for the actual advert. Yeah, I'm going back a further couple of years, and I'm saying that the Appendix 2, I'm just really drawing that to reporters' attention, and that was the key document that councillors used. And after that October date, effectively the rising barrier was ruled out as an option, and they took forward the
Mr Dyson, just can I clarify, what would you like us to take from that comparison that you're making?
Well, I'd like you to take from it my comments that I don't think it was a comparison of like with like. I think the design was cobbled together, as we've said, in a very short time scale, because the councils instructed it in mid-September, and the design was complete by the 1st of October, effectively for display. So in a period of 2 to 3 weeks, not only costs were put together, but a design by DG Design, presumably, was put together and then put on public display. And what I'm trying to say here is that how could you possibly compare a 2-week design with a 2, 3, 4 years design in great detail? No.
That's what I was about to say. I was just going to say, would you like Mr Callender to make a comment on that? And are we seeking to clarify if that was a fair comparison?
Yes. Could you answer that?
The drawing for DG Design drawing was actually done in January 15. There must have been some costing work done prior to the end of the year you're suggesting. So I don't think we just looked at it in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I think there was. I haven't got that in front of me to be sure, but because the drawing was done then, I remember requesting that drawing. So there was certainly development work done prior to that. Just one other thing I would say though, if we're saying that we're going to compare like for like, just remember what UK flood barriers cost is now compared to what it was then. So the like for like basis goes both ways. Potentially, if you're saying my cost was wrong, the rising barrier cost was potentially incorrect as well.
Yeah, and I would say that I think the latest cost from the flood barriers is probably wrong as well, because that's based on constructing on the river wall and 1,200 and 1,200 metres. So I think certainly I've had a chat with Mr Kelly about that, and I think that cost could be significantly reduced for a properly done design in the present day, but that's speculation.
Did Mr Kelly tell you what this quote was produced for, and why?
It appears it was requested for by Mr Porteous.
Not according to Mr Porteous.
There's a mystery.
So, Mark, just before we leave that, I've just been trying to find what we're looking at. I wonder if I could just, through you, ask what date of committee it is and what document is being referred to, so that we can all be clear what we're all looking at.
I think it would be October 2015. It would be the report back after the public consultation. I'll try and be a little bit more.
I found a committee, the EEI committee, as it tends to be shortened to, of the 15th of September 2015, I think was the date that was given, which is in Whitesands documents 38S for sugar. But I think it's just the committee report that's here. I don't think there are appendices to it.
Certainly found it, but I'm just trying to relate it to. I've got it as 2015 September. Sorry, appendix. Oh no, sorry, that's appendix. No, that's the wrong one. I do apologise. No. And leave that one.
Could we perhaps clarify that after the next week?
Yeah. If you would give me time to just make sure that I'm sure we submitted that document. I just can't find the reference, and I apologise for that. Just a general question about the two costs. I mean, it's not always the case that the cheapest option is the best. Let's put it that way. Mr MacLeod obviously had enough confidence in both options to put them up as options to his committee and to the public. Would you not accept that in some cases a more expensive option is perhaps a better option? It might have a better specification. In this case, all of the specification tends to go into the flood protection part of the scheme, whereas the council scheme disseminates money right throughout the town, in fact, and all sorts of other things, purchasing car parks and etc.
As a quantity surveyor, I would always agree that best value wins over just the best price. Always, I would do that. I would just say that the Whitesands position seems to have changed slightly over the last few years. As I said earlier, we've been getting criticised in forums for our rubbish costs that we've been doing for the rising barrier that were far too high. And the sort of you're changing to sort of you've changed around a wee bit. The best value is now the best way to go, and the rising barrier cost might be a wee bit higher, but it's the best one for. What I would say is that if the costs are comparable now, and they're not much in it by the looks of things, at least with the rise and the raised walkway, we're getting some public realm with it as well. That's my view.
Yeah, I don't think we've changed their stance. I mean, the question was just simply about whether, in all cases, the cheapest option is the best. Sometimes it's better to spend more money on a higher specification.
I agree.
With regard to that option appraisal of 2015, and I hope you'll accept that I did try to give you the courtesy of informing you about a freedom of information request I made. And that was in regard to communications between yourself and the design team. Are you aware that the Council has refused to give us that information?
I'm aware of it, yes, but as I say, it was nothing to do with myself. I had no part to play in that, so I can't really comment. But
you obviously are aware of the emails because they were communicated with yourself, or the communications. The specifications were asked for, notes of meetings, email communications between yourself and the design team. I know it's not your fault. I'm not putting anything to you. I'm just trying to ask you that you're aware that information has been suppressed by the Council. They say because of...
Mr Dyson, is there a more specific point you would like to make to Mr Callender on that? I don't see this going into a question.
Well, the main thing I'm just trying to highlight for the reporters that communication has been suppressed in this occasion. Checking to see if I have any final question for Mr Callender. No, I think that completes my questions. Thank you.
I just have one or two questions. I just wanted to be clear in my mind that table 5.14, which is your cost comparison, that doesn't appear to include any maintenance costs. Is that right? That's correct. Great. And you indicated there's likely to be a considerable amount of investigative and design work required. The costs in that table are estimated as pretty much the same for each of the options.
We've shown them the same. We're not. They're provisional allowances at this stage. We're not quite sure what those works will be as yet.
I wonder if you could just explain in a little bit more detail how the risk workshops actually work in practice. I mean, I appreciate generally for any project it's very sensible to have a contingency figure, but there's a balance to be struck, isn't there, between making a prudent allowance but not being so conservative that you make something impossible to deliver. So what's different from that risk-based workshop from, for example, just assuming a standard percentage or some other methodology?
You're right. I mean, normal projects we work on are not of this scale. We will take, depending on the design development, 10%, 5% contingency, whatever it is, more for building projects. This really, you're maybe asking the wrong person here. It was Michelle's computer system, computer program, that Monte Carlo is what it's called. You put in all the elements. You put in a low, medium, high risk, and it generates. You put in a cost, it generates the end algorithm, works out what you have at the end of it all. So as I said in my earlier, there was lots of different groups of people involved in it, having their input into the potentials, and then I don't think the 3.97 million, for where we are in the development stage, as you say, you can over-egg these things. I don't think that is particularly over-egged at 23% roughly at this stage in the proceedings.
So the reason it's called the Monte Carlo method is not because that's where you did it on holiday, but that's the name of the software. Okay, cool. And so in just very general terms, just to get my understanding, it's an attempt to try and be a little bit more sophisticated by looking at individual elements of the project. So that in any big project, there'll be some things that will be, you'll have a degree of certainty over costs. I don't know, you know from projects that it's always so much for cement, for example, whereas something which, like diverting power lines or something like that, perhaps that's a little bit more risky. So am I right in thinking that's the element, to break it down and attach different risks to different parts of it? Is that the gist of it?
That's correct. I mean, obviously, we're conscious. One of the major risks is we're going to be doing a construction project potentially here that until it's finished is still a floodplain. So there could be delays to the construction period. Any method, any option we go for. So that's one of the risks that we've got to try and mitigate as much as we possibly can. But as I said in my earlier, this is a basis to move forward, that we can try and mitigate as many of these risks as possible in the development design stage.
And finally, the costs that you set out in your precognitions, that hasn't included any costs for the compensation scheme?
No. It's a purely capital construction cost, the construction cost at the top is the main construction cost, and then everything below that is all that's been added. So there's nothing for compensation.
Mr. Connell, do you have any further comments?
No, I have nothing further, ma'am.
Okay, shall we take a short break of 10 minutes before our next witness? Yeah. Can we meet back here at about 1:45? That for technical reasons the microphones are not syncing individually with the cameras, so you'll be grateful to know that it doesn't matter if your microphone is left switched on now. So you can carry on with everyone with the red light on in the microphone without causing us any problems. The camera is picking up everyone. And the second thing is the email that was referred to earlier in discussions, we would like to see that lodged if no one has any objections. Mr. Connell, are you okay with that?
No, ma'am. I have it in a forwarded version. I'll arrange for a copy, which is the email from Scottish Water, which has attached to the schedule to be lodged with the inquiry just as soon as I can.
Thanks very much. Would you like to introduce your next witness?
Well, I just have one point to make, if I may, of a preliminary nature. For reasons which we discussed earlier in the inquiry, no one on this side has been keen to take a particularly technical approach to the way in which Mr. Dowson deals with witnesses, and that's been adopted throughout the inquiry to date. However, there is an issue about one thing that was said recently, and that's when he used the word suppress information. suppress carries a certain connotation with it. These proceedings are being made available for public viewing. The position, as I understand it, ma'am, is that the issue of whether material held by public authorities will or will not be made available to the public is governed by legislation, the FOI legislation that we all know about. That legislation isn't the subject directly of this inquiry, and in fact it's dealt with within the council, as within most councils, by a team who focus on that particular issue. Whether a particular decision on any particular piece of material is or is not correct is a matter not for this inquiry. Just some concern here that unless it was mentioned, that the word suppress might gain currency, which in the council's view it ought not to.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Connell. That's noted. Perhaps it would be helpful if I could just clarify that it's convention that any matters that you wish us to draw from the evidence given today by witnesses should really be held to your closing submissions, Mr. Dowson. What really should take place today is a direct questioning of the witnesses rather than sort of statements from one party or another. So I've been keen to give parties the benefit of the doubt, but we have to refrain from making sweeping statements that are not related to the questions being asked. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that guidance, but this is an objector-led inquiry. I'm trying to lead that. I'm doing my best. I'm not skilled in these things, so please pull me up if I get it a bit wrong. I accept that, but you know, we've got to get these things out into the open.
Okay, can I maybe just clarify this is a reporter-led inquiry, Mr. Dowson, and that the means of getting things into open is this formal submission of evidence, and the formal submission of evidence, you have one more opportunity to do so, and that is in your closing submissions, taken from matters that are raised at the inquiry sessions and the hearings. So for the benefit of everyone taking part, it's helpful if the matters are related to questioning and cross-examination of the witness. Thank you.
Try to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next witness, I take it we should still continue to use the microphones. That would be your preference. Thank you. The next witness is John Chatterton.
I've got it. Yeah, thank you. So you're saying it is working, this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Chatterton, you have a recognition. You may have heard me do it with other people. I've not been asking people to read out their qualifications and experience, but actually in your case, I would quite like you just to take us briefly through the first section of your qualifications, just to give an indication of what your background is, please.
Thank you. First of all, I picked up a sore throat over the weekend, so I hope I can continue. And I've also just had an eye operation, so my reading of my precognition may be a little slow, but that's no bad thing anyway. My name is Dr. John Chatterton. I obtained a BSc Special Honours in Science in 1969 and a PhD in Hydrology in 1973, both from London University. I'm a retired chartered member of the Institute of Water and Environmental Management. I've been the principal of my own company, J. Chatterton Associates, since 1991, with 27 years of experience in the UK and throughout the world in the economic appraisal of flood alleviation schemes. My career started in 1973 as Research Fellow at the Flood Hazard Research Centre of Middlesex University, London, formerly Polytechnic, under a Natural Environment Research Council grant. The role lasted till 1978. During these 5 years, I led the development and publication of what is now known as the Blue Manual, The Benefits of Flood Alleviation, a manual of assessment techniques. During the subsequent 40 years, I remained principal associate with the Flood Hazard Research Centre, contributing to and co-authoring 3 subsequent manuals, culminating in 2013 with what is commonly known as the Multicoloured Manual. The manual and their supporting data are the UK industry standard for the assessment of flood and coastal erosion risk management benefits. They're endorsed by HM Treasury, Environment Agency, and Department of DEFRA, the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. The Scottish Government and Scottish Environment Protection Agency use the manual and data as the cornerstone of flood alleviation scheme appraisals in Scotland. I have presented on a number of occasions over the last 5 years flood economic appraisal seminars to SEPA and the Scottish local authorities. The last such seminar was over 3 days in Edinburgh in June last year. A repeat seminar is scheduled for early 2019.
Thank you. I think you now go on to deal with the scope of the evidence that's in your recognition.
Yes, thank you. My evidence for this inquiry focuses on the economic appraisal methodology for the Whitesands project. I was instructed to provide an independent expert review of the economic appraisal. My responsibilities included reviewing and auditing the economic appraisal spreadsheets, guidance on local economic benefits attributable to businesses in and beyond the Whitesands benefit area using the guidance and toolkit developed especially for evaluating flood alleviation projects by Frontiers Economics, funded by the Environment Agency and DEFRA. 3, providing opinion on the benefit-cost ratio. I have performed a similar role on several hundred flood alleviation schemes throughout England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland and abroad, and I am currently retained by the United Nations Development Programme to review climate projects vying for eligibility under the Green Climate Scheme Worldwide Fund. The evidence which I have prepared and provided for this inquiry is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with professional standards. I confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions. In providing expert evidence to the inquiry, I am aware that my duty is to provide my honestly held professional view.
Now you turn on to the general issue of economic appraisal and first dealing with guidance.
So the guidance, first of all. The Scottish Government has issued guidance to assist SEPA, local authorities and Scottish Water in assessing the options for flood risk management. Options appraisal for flood risk management guidance, that's document TM21. Section 5 of the guidance sets out the principles for valuing costs and benefits, and Section 6 provides guidance on assessing economic impacts. The guidance replicates the Flood and Coastal Erosion Risk Management Handbook for economic appraisal published by the Flood Hazard Research Centre in 2016. This is the document and its evidence TM26. Let's first of all take the benefit-cost ratio and what it means. There are a number of outputs from an economic appraisal. One of the key metrics is benefit-cost ratio. In simplified terms, the benefit-cost ratio summarizes the overall value for money of the project. It is expressed as the ratio of benefits in monetary terms to the costs of the project. A ratio of more than 1:1 means that the economic benefits of the project are greater than the economic costs of the construction and implementation. Quoting from box 5.1, option appraisal for flood risk management guidance, TM21, provides, and I quote, benefit cost ratio, benefits divided by costs, where the costs include contributions, should be used to examine the relative return of an option for every pound spent. A benefit cost analysis presumes that all components, costs, benefits, adverse impacts of values are taken into account. Therefore, if a project has a benefit cost ratio of more than 1 to 1, it will be considered to be economically viable. We go on to calculating damages. The various guidance documents define the boundaries to include the following elements within an economic appraisal, including economic losses due to flood damage to residential and non-residential properties. These are defined as direct damages. The guidance also identifies indirect damages to be included within the assessment. These include emergency costs, which apply to the costs incurred by a range of organisations for the clean-up of flooding and tackling the recovery process. These include police authorities, ambulance, fire, local authorities, voluntary services, and the army, the armed forces. Further, indirect damages include the cost of lost time when schools are closed, for example, either flooded directly or where access is cut off, road closures whereby the cost of time for a delay or diversion is required, and vehicle damages. I think it's important to consider a number of definitions. Some key definitions are important to assist with the understanding and the content of the appraisal. Firstly, annual average damage. This is the damage accrued on average per year and can be expressed as a grand total or per property scale. The abbreviation is AAD. Economic damages and benefits. Benefits are damages avoided by the preferred engineering scheme. These benefits are expressed as national resource costs and exclude VAT and other taxes, and betterment, that is the new for old replacement used to settle most insurance claims. The benefits are significantly less than those settled by insurance payouts. Present value of damages are calculated by discounting the total average economic damage each year of the 100-year life of the appraisal in accordance with the discounting method outlined in Annex 6 of the Green Book, the Treasury Green Book 2013, TM 27. Discounting in the public sector allows costs and benefits with different time spans to be compared on a common present value basis. Typically, capital costs are incurred in the early years of a project, whilst benefits accrue annually once the scheme is completed. Damages vary with local depth, duration, and property type, commercial or residential. Risk to life is also added. Capping. When the present value of the annual average damage for a property exceeds its free market value, the property's damage is capped at its free market value. This prevents flood damages exceeding the total value of the property. Present value of costs. These are the total value of costs, including maintenance, for the scheme discounted across the 100-year life of the scheme, following discounting set out in the Green Book, HM Treasury 2013, reference TM 27. The benefit cost ratio is the ratio between present value of benefits, present value B, of the scheme, and present value costs, present value C of the scheme. Present value costs are the total costs of implementing the scheme, capital and maintenance costs. Present value residual damages. This is the value of damages not prevented by the Do Something flood prevention scheme. In this case, this refers to flood events occurring less frequently than 1 in 75 years, or the 1.3% annual probability. Gross value added. Expected flood damages which are assigned to the disruption of business through loss of earnings should a scheme not be built.
I think having dealt with these definitions, you're now turning from the general to the particular to look at this particular scheme. Is that correct?
That's correct. In 2017, the economic appraisal for the project was updated by WSP in line with the updated hydraulic model water levels, which are an output from the Whitesands hydraulic modelling report, Mushel, January 2017, evidence SD4. This became the baseline for the benefit cost appraisal, which generated updated present value of damages and present value of benefits. The present value of costs, which were supplied by McGowan Miller, were also updated. Another witness has already provided evidence on the costs. I have relied upon that assessment of costs in understanding the review of benefit cost ratio as noted below. WSP compiled a technical note, Economic Appraisal, Mushel, January 2017, evidence SD15. This technical note reported a benefit cost ratio of 2.25 for the scheme. That's 2.25 to 1 for the scheme. During preparations for the PLI, WSP identified an error in the calculation of benefit cost ratio. In light of that error, WSP undertook a full review of the benefit cost ratio analysis, and I have been instructed to undertake an independent assessment and review of the revised assessment of benefit cost ratio.
Just so we get the timing correct, Dr. Chatterton, am I right in understanding from your recognition that you weren't previously involved in the work on this scheme, but this is the stage at which you became involved once this issue was spotted?
That is correct. I wasn't involved with the scheme until asked to about 4 weeks ago.
Thank you.
As I note below, although my review confirms that the WSP calculation did contain an error which impacts on the benefit cost ratio of the scheme, I also conclude that in my assessment, the scheme is economically viable and achieves a benefit cost ratio greater than 1. In undertaking the review, I have addressed the calculations and the concepts applied to the appraisal and the assessment of benefit cost ratio to ensure that it meets the appropriate guidance and applies the correct conceptual approach and methodology. The error identified related to the calculation of present value of damages. The calculation contained a double entry aggregation of capped damages, which overstated the capped damages accrued. That in turn led to an overestimate of benefits for the scheme. Following my appointment, I instructed the WSP analyst to complete a comprehensive review of all links within the benefit cost ratio analysis and calculations to ensure that the correct approach, having regard to the concepts and guidance referred to above, is adopted. During the review, it was noted that the effect of the aggregation error was that emergency costs associated with flood damage were added to the uncapped values rather than the capped values. This has been corrected as part of the review. This arithmetical aggregation of capped damages impacts significantly on the calculation of present value of damages. The anomalous capping had a compounding effect of the error as the calculation method links multiple formulas within the assessment.
Well, that's the error, and then you're coming to the figures now.
We're coming to the figures now. That's right. In my opinion, when the correct aggregation is applied, the values contribute to the total 39.8 million present value of damages. There are 45 residential properties predicted to flood currently, as well as 91 commercial properties. These were identified by mapping modelled flood extents across town, which identified the properties within the flooding extent. The annual average damage per residential property is 1,348, accrued each year for the 100-year appraisal period, and £708 per property, per commercial property, for each year of the appraisal period, including allowances for climate change in line with the Scottish guidance, public bodies' climate change duties, putting them into practice Scottish Government 2011, evidence TM53. Those figures are assessed annually for the 100-year life of the scheme in accordance with HM Treasury rules. To assess the present value, a discount requires to be applied in accordance with the methodology set out in the Green Book HM Treasury 2013, evidence TM27. The residual present value of damages for flooding in excess of, and there's a typo here, of 1 in 75 years are £1,566,579. Accordingly, once the appropriate calculation is applied, that present value of damage figure is, in my opinion, correctly stated at 38 million and not 99 million. Following the review, I confirm that, in my opinion, this figure is a correct representation of the present value of damages. I further reviewed the detail, and I have identified no further significant arithmetic errors which impact upon the benefit-cost ratio. I am also satisfied that the correct conceptual method has been applied in accordance with Scottish Government and MCM guidance. I have also reviewed the inclusion of risk and the appropriate application of the 30% optimism bias together with a Monte Carlo simulation. Only one of these...
Can I just ask you, what's a Monte Carlo simulation? Because I suspect somebody else will ask you the same question.
Yeah, I'm sure. It does sound odd because it sounds as though it's to do with gambling. In a sense it is. What it is that all the risk elements of the scheme, and these could be engineering risk, environmental risks, risks of all sorts of things which might delay the scheme or add costs to the scheme, are put into a numerical model, and millions, or certainly tens of thousands of calculations are done quickly to see what the appropriate risk is to the scheme. So it is a risk model which looks at uncertainty of the risks identified in the risk register. Is that okay?
I'm happy with that. Others may ask further questions about it.
Is it? I wasn't listening to that. Okay.
So I interrupted you when you were reading paragraph 4.12.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could just go back to that, just so we don't miss the point of 4.12.
I have also reviewed the inclusion of risk and the appropriate application of 30% optimism bias together with a Monte Carlo simulation. Only one of these should be applied. Is it worth expanding that or later for that? Because I know there was a confusion that the Monte Carlo risk was also added to the 30% risk at one point.
I think I'm content, Dr. Chatterton, if you, on reviewing your precognition, think that an additional explanation at this point would assist. I'm sure everybody would be happy if you add a little explanation just now.
I think what tends to happen is, and this is in line with Treasury guidance some years ago, which has been adopted by the Scottish Government, is that when you identify a scheme initially, then the costs are added 60% to allow for appraisal optimism. When you get to more detailed level of costing, that a bias reduces to 30%. And then when you get into a much more detailed perception of costs, you can look at your risk register, and you can then apply the Monte Carlo simulation methods to reduce that 30% even further. And in this particular case, it was reduced to 16%. And there was a problem in the initial work where the 16% was added to the 30% to give a 46% risk. The true risk, according to the Monte Carlo simulation, is 16%.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterton. I'm content you should now move on to your precognition. If others have questions on that, they'll no doubt raise them with you earlier. And I think probably some of what you've told us is in 4.13, but if you could just read that section in any event.
Yes, I was thinking that myself. In undertaking an economic viability assessment, the appraisal methodology uses the process known as optimism bias to increase capital costs to account for potential uncertainty, as outturn costs are invariably higher than appraisal costs. At the detailed design stage, this bias is generally set at 30% of capital costs in accordance with Scottish Government guidelines. See Flood Protection Schemes Guidance for Local Authorities, Chapter 5, Project Appraisal. Assessment of economic, environmental and social impacts, Annex C, Evidence TM24. However, as the project appraisal progresses, it is conventional to apply Monte Carlo simulation techniques to review the degrees of uncertainty associated with any particular construction project, e.g. increased construction time or environmental concerns related to the project. The use of Monte Carlo technique to assess the appropriate risk is intended to address risks identified in relation to the particular project. It is intended to be used as a more refined approach than using the 30% optimism bias. At the current phase of the scheme, a Monte Carlo assessment has been used, and as I indicated previously, the Monte Carlo risk figure indicates an optimism bias of 16%, 16%. Having regard to the revised present value of damages and applying the optimism bias of 16%, I calculate the benefit cost ratio as 1.35.
Thank you. And I think you're now moving on to, is that a slightly different topic now?
It's a slightly different topic which wasn't included in the benefit cost appraisal, but is now de rigueur, certainly in England, and is becoming introduced in Scotland, to look at the wider economic consequences of flooding. I'll read the precognition out, and we can maybe take questions on this later. In 2014, a methodology known as the Frontiers Toolkit was launched to estimate the wider local economic benefits of flood alleviation to commercial properties which can forego significant gross value added, GVA, as a result of frequent flooding. Cleanup can take many, many weeks, and in the meantime, commercial properties are largely unproductive. Independent traders may even go out of business or move to a flood-free site. Flooding can also affect business supply chains. An assessment of the loss of GVA to flooded properties in Dumfries and their supply chains have been estimated at 3.7 million, or can be as much as 402,000 discounted over 10 years using the Treasury Green Book 2013 for all commercial properties, depending on the length of the outage. But this is not added to the benefit within the benefit cost ratio. This regional local loss is additional to the national resource loss calculated using MCM techniques. GVA is expressed as an individual benefit, which is not added to the benefit cost ratio. It is an indicator of wider benefits of the scheme. GVA is developed in line with the Frontiers Economics methodology, which supplements the multicolored manual guidance. In conclusion, I have undertaken a review of the economic appraisal of the Whitesands flood protection scheme. I conclude that the scheme has a benefit cost ratio of 1.35 and that the scheme is economically viable over a 100-year appraisal period. Additionally, the local or regional impact on jobs within the benefit area equates to up to £401,000 per year. This equates to £4,411 per commercial property per year in lost earnings. That concludes my recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterton. Mr. Connell?
Yeah, I have 2 points of clarification, ma'am, and probably two supplementary topics, if I may. Dr. Chatterton, this is probably my fault, but when you work through this recognition, and you end up with the figure of 1.35. Is it important whether it's 1.35 or 1.32 or 1.28? Is that the issue, or what's the importance to do with that figure?
The importance is that despite that rather large error of about 60 million, that when you express the benefit cost ratio with the numerator of about 39 million, I believe, and the denominator of about 25 million, that leads to a result of about 1.35. We did sensitivity on a number of things which indicated that a reduction in that benefit cost ratio is unlikely, and that the preferred benefit cost ratio would be in the region of 1.35. In economics, we can never be absolutely certain, but following a number of sensitivity tests, we conclude that the 1.35 is a central value for the benefit cost ratio.
And just about the bit you've got at the end of your recognition, the wider consequences, can you just help us? Why has it become customary in certain circumstances to look at the sort of wider issues rather than simply to carry out the formula exercise that we've discussed elsewhere?
This started in England, where the appraisal process is far more complicated than in the rest of the UK, and they try to elicit contributions from local authorities and other sources. And local authorities are keen to determine whether it's value for money for them to contribute to the scheme. Obviously in Scotland we're talking about an 80-20 split. But it's still, at some point, people may want to appreciate that the 20% contribution by a local authority is justifiable. I think one of the problems we face in economic assessment is we're looking at national benefits, which means benefits to the nation as a whole, whereas losses to commercial properties can be made up elsewhere. So instead of getting your pizza from Whitesands, you may decide to travel to a flood-free area and buy your pizza there. So the Frontiers Economics, which is a fairly well-known economic unit in London, were asked by the Environment Agency and DEFRA, who are responsible for funding schemes in England, to look at what the level of wider consequences would be. Now, I appreciate that the figures I've quoted are rather large, but when we conclude that per week the commercial losses, including the losses to the supply chain, both an upstream and downstream supply chain, would on average be about £128 per week per property. This can then be accumulated. Professor Crichton of Dundee University reviewed something like 2,500 commercial properties that had been flooded and found that the outage for properties was anything between 8 and 64 weeks, depending on the type of flooding. So the £128 per property that I quoted before relates to a simple 1 week outage. Clearly, those outages, as was experienced in Cockermouth, were many months. In fact, some of the properties flooded in Cockermouth, we keep bringing up Cockermouth as an example. Some of the properties were ceased trading for well over a year. So the compounding of gross value added, i.e. loss of wages, a loss of production, was pretty serious in those situations.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about given your experience, I just want to ask you about a couple of things that have sort of cropped up as the inquiry has gone on. I think you're aware that in the design of the scheme which is before the reporters, there is a use of glass panels as part of the proposed construction of the scheme. Now, first of all, can I ask you, is the use of glass panels, as I think one witness suggested at least, popular or regular?
there's a number of instances, particularly in England, where glass panels have been used following the flooding that's occurred in England since 2007 in particular. And I can give you an example of the village of Upton-in-Severn in Worcestershire on the River Severn, where glass panels were used to avoid loss of the view from a very attractive Georgian town with a number of restaurants and pubs looking out on the river. Keswick has used glass panels in more recent years. There's even been glass panel usage in some of the West Riding valleys in Yorkshire to allow the terrace housing to retain views of their river following the flood alleviation scheme. And Leeds more recently, the Phase 1 scheme in Leeds city centre has used glass panels in quite considerable lengths along that project. So it's very popular in allowing the views to be retained following the construction of a wall. Some of these panels are literally replace a wall, some actually are associated with the wall itself.
I think it's been suggested, and is suggested in this inquiry, that glass panels are problematic in various ways, that they cause all kinds of problems. Do you have any view on that?
Yes, I do. The only experience I've had and seen where the glass panels have been vandalised or broken is in Leeds scheme, and that was due to a design fault, a construction fault, not due to vandalism. One considers that the glass panels in Leeds are in a riverside area near the centre of the city. One would expect if there was to be graffiti or vandalism, that would be an appropriate part of the town to see such vandalism. But so far, and the scheme has only been completed for a couple of years, there's been no evidence other than the construction fault of damage to
Sorry,
the
Dr.
panels.
Chatterton, I think we're perhaps going a little bit off topic. Just pause for a minute, please. Mr. Dowson, you had a concern there. Could you perhaps just express that?
Yes, I feel it's completely off topic. I don't think that this is a completely... It's not part of the precognition. I don't know where this is coming from and why it's been asked for.
I've been trying to allow a little bit of latitude because of the nature of the inquiry that we're dealing with at the moment. But I do agree this one is going a little bit off topic. I think your session has been allocated to looking more at the cost benefits and the issues with that, rather than commenting on matters that other witnesses have already addressed. Perhaps if we could confine the question a little bit more to your specific recognition.
That's noted.
I asked the questions, ma'am, largely because Mr. Marchant volunteered information about material that wasn't found anywhere else as well, and mentioned in particular specific schemes. And I now understand that this witness had some information about that. But if you don't wish me to ask anything further on these, then I'll leave it there.
Okay, Mr. Dyson, do you have any questions for this witness?
Hello, Dr. Chatterton. You brought forward a new calculation to us here. You've only worked on this in the last 4 weeks. Which calculation should this inquiry really be taken account of, though? Your calculation has not been subject of advertisement, objection, whatever. Do you not agree that really the previous calculation is the appropriate one for this inquiry?
Not at all. The appropriate calculation is the revision that I endorsed a couple of weeks ago. So we're now looking at 38 or whatever million benefits as opposed to the 90 before.
No, and I think we all appreciate your intervention in terms of if you have been the person who's helped identify that error, I think we're all grateful to you. Just a bit of background. I mean, the previous calculation goes back to, are you aware that goes back to March 2017, when it was originally advertised?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. Are you aware that in September 2017, James McLeod from the design team wrote to me saying that the calculation was correct?
I'm unaware of that.
Are you aware that on the 12th of September, in the Pinsent Masons inquiry statement, they also used Mr. Pickering's figure, including the 99.6 million, so that was September, just a couple of months ago?
I wasn't involved with this process until, let me see, it must have been late October.
Aware that I submitted a Freedom of Information request to the Council trying to identify...
Sorry, Mr Dowson, could you refrain from discussing the Freedom of Information request unless it's to a specific question from Dr Chatterton's evidence?
Are you able to give us the addresses of the 91 commercial properties and 45 residential properties?
We have a list which hasn't been given forward as evidence. I'm obviously in Mr Connor's hands as to whether that list is to be made available. We do have a list of all addresses that are expected to be flooded during the 200-year event, Do Nothing event.
Could I just ask you to clarify your last comment there? You mentioned a 200-year event. Could you explain that?
Yeah, the modelling was for Do Nothing, or the current situation was looking at the properties that would be affected up to and including a 200-year event. Quite often, modelling would go even further than that, so that we'd be getting properties affected in maybe the rare events up to 1,000. But in this case, the modelling looked at the effects of flooding without a scheme for the 200-year event. So we have property numbers to that for that event and addresses.
I'm grateful, but you're aware that the defence is for 1 in 75 years.
I am fully aware that the preferred option will protect all properties up to the 1 in 75-year event, and then there will be residual damages which are much rarer and therefore contribute much less to the residual damages. So I think it's in the order of £1 million of residual damages for properties that would still be unprotected following the construction of the 1 in 75-year defence. And
you used a phrase, and Mr Pickering used it, he talked about the depth damage relationship. Is that what you're referring to here?
No, I'm not. There's a number of stages that the model goes into. The first stage is what's known as a loss probability relationship, so that every flood event is measured against its damages. So let me explain that if you have a catastrophic flood event, as happened in England in 2007, where there was £3.2 billion worth of insured damages, then you'd expect that to be a very rare event and the damages to be very high. On the other hand, if you get an event like happened this weekend, where simply the car park was flooded, you'd expect the damages to be very, very small. If you then look at all the intermediate events and create a curve of probability of the event versus damage, the area under that curve, which would be in mathematical terms known as an integration, would give you then the annual average damages. Does that satisfy you? It's quite complicated, and we can expand it if we need to.
No, I'd be grateful if you could expand it.
Yeah, sure. So the whole of the the whole of benefit appraisal, damage assessment first of all, because benefits are just the damages avoided by the scheme that's implemented, First of all, we calculate for every property and other benefits, not just property, but we'll come on to that later, what other benefits we may include, what other losses we may include. We take the hydraulic model and we look at the threshold of each property, and for every flood event, we will determine what the flood depth is above the threshold of the property, and then we calculate using the multicolored manual the damage associated. This is what depth damage curve means, the damage associated with that event. We then take a rarer event and a rarer event to that, and an event, in this case up to the 200-year event, and we look at what the damages would be and the depths of flooding within each of the properties, join the curve together and create an area under the curve which creates the annual average damage. The reason we have to do that, Mr. Dowson, is that we need to establish what the annual average losses would be. And because flooding can happen at any time, so you might have a 100-year flood today and the same flood may come next week, we have to recast that into what would be the annual average losses over a significant length of time, in this case 100 years. And that's what the process does. It looks at the depth of flooding for each property, allocates the damage for each property, and then using the probability of that event, calculates the annual average damage associated with that, with all events. If I had a flip chart, I could illustrate it in graphical terms, but we don't have such a luxury, Mr. Dowson, so I apologise. Is that any clearer? Because it is quite a complex concept.
I'm grateful to you. That does help. It's difficult for lay people like myself to get our heads around these things, but I'm grateful for your explanation. Yes, it's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Dowson.
Could I just ask you about the 1 in 200 model, though? I mean, that obviously brings in, one of the reasons we asked for the properties was because it seemed like rather a lot. And in relation to my knowledge of Dumfries, I'm not aware of us having a 1 in 200 year flood. Most of them are around 1 in 30 maybe, and that would be a bad flood, I would think. So is the 1 in 200 model appropriate really in real terms? Because some of these properties may never see damage at all.
If you have a 200-year flood, then you have a 0.05, you have a 0.5% chance per year of it happening. I think one of the misconceptions about flood return periods is that you have a 100-year flood and then you have to wait another 100 years before the next one. Actually, the reality is that a 200-year flood statistically can happen 0.5% a chance every year. Most schemes look at this extreme event and the model is calibrated to that extreme event, because don't forget the damages associated with that extreme event will be far more severe than the damages associated with the sort of event we had this weekend or the sort of event we had which you consider to be a 20 or 30 year event. So it is legitimate because it fixes your point on the loss probability curve. And I'll mention that now. Let's supposing you only ever had 2 floods. The 200-year event, 10 million damages. I'm being theoretical. And the 5-year event, 100 pounds damage. You join that line together, those 2 dots together, and you exaggerate the annual average damage enormously. So what we try to do in modelling is get a curve, and I'm using a big word now, I hope I'm not patronising you, which is asymptotic to both axes, because as the flooding becomes rarer, the damage becomes swiftly increasing. And so instead of having a triangular loss probability curve, we've got a loss probability curve which is parallel almost to both axes. If you don't have the flood events associated with all events, you can seriously under, or in some cases overestimate the annual average damages. So what we try to do in the modelling is target sufficient flood events to fix the annual average damage which would be realistic. And I appreciate what you said, even though we've never had a 200-year event, or maybe a 50-year event, or maybe even the 75-year event that we're protecting against, the model allows us, both the economic and the hydraulic model, allows us to project what the damages might be in those situations. Might I add that in the extreme flood that we had in 2007 across the whole of England, which related to an audited damage of £3.2 billion, not million, £3.2 billion, 75,000 properties were flooded, 60,000 on average for each non-residential property, and 30,000 on average for each residential property. So you can see the significance of needing to understand what happens in a very rare event.
Would you agree that a 1 in 200-year flood has only got a 50% chance of happening in a 1 in 100-year period?
No, it has a 0.5% of happening every year, 0.5% chance of happening every year.
Mr. Pickering referred to flood damage to property being capped at its market value. Could you comment on that? Is that market value per annum or per 100 years?
That's a free market value for properties in Dumfries and Galloway.
It's across the region then?
Across the region, yes.
Yeah, not necessarily Dumfries town?
No, the rule is it has to be a regional value, not a national value or not a local value.
It wouldn't make any difference that these properties are actually in a floodplain and therefore, by that very nature, would have probably a very much smaller market value perhaps than many of the other properties. I mean, I'm looking at residential properties, for instance. Residential properties across Dumfries and Galloway may have a very reasonable value, but say small flats in a floodplain, or maybe could you comment?
Yes, if I take an example from across the border in Carlisle, which is, as you know, suffered flooding to 2,000-3,000 properties on 2 or 3 occasions in the last 10 years, resulting in the building of a £38 million scheme. If you look at the property prices, residential property prices, both before, during and after those events, you'll find a small blip during the months after the event, and then other reasons dictate that those property prices continue to rise because of other unrelated issues. So I think the same could be applied to any floodplain situation. There are other reasons for living on a floodplain. People love to live on floodplains because it's a nice view of the river. So in fact, there is what's called hedonic pricing mechanisms, which means that the prices of property overlooking the sea or overlooking a river would naturally have a higher value. Maybe that's not the case in Dumfries, but that's generally the case.
Did you do a market value calculation on the 136 properties?
Yes, that was done because you can only relate to capping of the present value of damage for each property if you compare the present value of damage from the model with the free market value of each property in the floodplain.
You know what that figure was?
The capping value is different for each property. Because in a commercial property, it depends on the rateable value and the yield on that rateable value, which is a surrogate for then the market value. For properties, for residential properties, it's based on either the land registry value for Dumfries and Galloway by type of property, flat, detached house, terraced house, whatever, or by some other, you could even use Zoopla or some of those websites to get that valuation.
And in that 4-week period that you've been involved, then were you able to do separate calculations for every single one of these 136 properties?
Yes, because the spreadsheet that that I sat for a number of days with Mr. Pickering and his colleagues, the spreadsheet gives every property, it gives the threshold of every property, meaning the threshold of flooding, and the damage that would be associated with that property for the depth based on the multicoloured handbook and the data provided in the multicoloured online data set.
I did try to purchase a copy of your handbook, but it was a bit expensive.
Yeah, actually this can be obtained free, but yeah. It's this one that's expensive, but this is the academic one.
Ah, right.
So I wouldn't touch it if you. I mean, I wouldn't like to touch it, even though I was part of the authorship. This is more a practical guide.
Right, I see. Right, okay. Thank you for that information.
If you need a copy, I can get you a copy.
I might take you up on that.
It's also a document, so you can see it for free.
I can see it free.
Oh, it's been delivered as a document. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in terms of the present value of costs, have you used the same figure as Mr. Pickering used previously? That was about 29.8 million.
The only difference is we reduced the optimism bias from 46% to 16%. Well, originally, and I forget the timeline when this was appropriate, but if you recall, in a more detailed design, we apply a 30% optimism bias, and then further down the line, we apply this Monte Carlo technique, which gives us a 16%. So at one point in the past, we had a 46% optimism bias, which we then said, you cannot take both figures, you have to use one or the other. And we chose the 16% because that was the outcome from this model simulation of hundreds and hundreds of runs of the risks of each component of the risk register.
Thank you. But the 29.8 million as present value of cost was the figure you started with. That was the previous. I think that was the one that was provided to you. But
I'd have to take advice on that. I got the impression we were talking about 25 million with the 16% optimism bias. And I'm not allowed to ask the question if that's correct, but maybe we could park that.
And also, I'm referring to the previous witness's statement where I asked him specifically about those costs. It was 25 million as a construction cost, but I think, do you not add to that things like maintenance costs and various other things?
I concentrated almost entirely on the benefit side of things, so and also the optimism bias criticism. I can't remember off the top of my head what the precise figure was in costs, but all I can say is whatever the enumerator and denominator values were for benefits and costs that leads us to a 1.35 benefit cost ratio, then that's the numerator value is the cost, the present value of costs.
From the Council Lodge document, the annex that Mr. Pickering, the present value of costs that he used was 29.8 million, not 25 million construction costs.
As I said, that if we now have a benefit, a present value benefit of 38? And if you divide that by a value that gives us a 1.35 benefit cost ratio, that will give you the answer.
Yes, well, I've actually done.
That's what you've done.
I've done that calculation.
In which case, you're correct. Yeah.
No, I've got to say I have done that, but I didn't get 1.35. That's why I'm asking. it seems that there may be different costs, and perhaps this is a point to be checked. Mr. Pickering's present value of costs was 29.8 million, not 25 million.
Can we pass on that? Because I have not looked at the costs at all. That wasn't part of my brief.
I think that was perhaps the previous witness who looked at the individual elements of the costs, rather than, I think this witness is more has been more concerned with the actual calculations of the costs and assessing if the methodology is correct. Would that be so?
The methodology is that the present value of costs is the capital costs over a number of years in the early stages of the construction, the maintenance costs throughout the period of the construction, throughout the period of the 100-year appraisal, and indeed multiplied by a factor of 1.16 to account for the appraisal optimism. So I apologise for not having that figure to my fingertips, but that's the methodology. The costs which have been, the capital costs which have been evaluated, the maintenance costs that have been evaluated, and then a 1.6 premium to offset optimism bias. So if that comes to the figure you said, then that's the correct figure.
Can I make a suggestion? Because obviously we've had documentation prepared on the basis of what we now know is an error. I do think it would be important if the council could submit a revised table 4.2 to SD15. Yes. Well, what I'm keen to do, rather than bandy around figures now, if I can ask the council to revise table 4.2 from SD15, and that for example has both the optimism bias, which needs to be corrected, and that also has the different damaged avoided. I do want that to be as a document that the council produces. I don't want to have to go through this and cross out and put in my figure from your evidence in case I make a mistake.
I'd forgotten that I have that figure in front of me now, and that with optimism bias at 16%, we have the present value of costs of 29.2 million, and with the present value of benefits of damages at 39.8 million, that gives us a 1.35 benefit cost ratio. So if I may say so, sir, to deliver that table to you would clarify all the issues that we seem to be having a misunderstanding about. I'd forgotten I had this in front of me.
So if the inquiry wishes a revised table 4.2 in SD15, we will provide a revised table 4.2.
Could I, just on that point, actually request a little bit more than that? I would like to see the whole calculation laid out, because there isn't enough detail here, a point I've made before, to make a real full and proper assessment. I think we need to have the whole calculation laid out.
Yes, I have a horrible feeling that's going to be lots and lots and lots of very big, scary spreadsheets. We will certainly consider that request. But to what? How do you think that's going to assist the inquiry?
I'm looking for something similar to what Mr. Pickering's report. Mr. Pickering's report was a little bit more detailed, certainly on the cost side, than the figures you've given us today, Dr. Chatterton. I'm not criticising that. I'm just saying that if we could get that the equivalent detail.
What do you call Mr. Pickering's report?
Well, this is sorry. Yeah, I've got to come up with a reference, haven't I? It was annex. It was the economic appraisal, technical note. Yes. I think it is, yes. Well, I'm looking at, I've got table 4.1. I think I must have an older version of that. So that'll be table 4.2. Yes, basically that's it then. Sorry, I was looking at, I thought there was another table 4.1.
There are actually two tables. I don't think it would be. I don't think the council would have any difficulty correcting both.
No, that's really what I'm asking for. But then these figures are then used in calculations, and it's useful. It would be useful to just see the calculation laid out. That's all.
Well, my concern is that I think there's an awful lot behind these calculations. I mean, are you really suggesting you want to see the spreadsheets for every single property over 200 years?
I'm not suggesting that at all. No. I'm saying you've got table 4.1, table 4.2. We've got the figures. Let's get them laid out properly, and then let's just see how. For instance, you have to divide one figure into another, and etc. So let's just see how that's done and how it's calculated, and make sure that calculation, that we all understand it.
Can we leave it at this? Ms. Connell, how quickly do you think we could have a revised table 4.1 and 4.2?
I don't particularly see that should be a long process, but this is not my speciality either, and I would just like to check that perhaps at lunchtime rather than give you an incorrect speculation. But given the progress that we were making, I would have hoped we'll have it very quickly.
Shall we leave it at this then, that the council will put up a revised 4.1 and 4.2 and share that with Mr. Dowson, and then we can perhaps have a discussion when we've got that as to whether there's anything more. What I'm keen to do, Mr. Dowson, is that if there are conclusions you want us to draw from the documents that we have before us, then the way to deal with that is in your closing submissions. And I don't see the point in generating lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff which actually isn't going to assist us.
I think you're missing that. I'm not asking for that. I'm really not asking for that. I'm just really asking for the new calculation to be laid out in front of us as a calculation with global figures.
Well, let's leave it, and perhaps we'll have to come back to this discussion, but let's leave it that you'll have a butcher's at the council's revised 4.1 and 4.2, and then we can discuss it again.
Okay. Can I ask a few more questions here? You mentioned the optimism bias in early parts of a scheme at 60%, moving to 30%. If you take the figure of 29.2 million and use the 30% optimum bias, my calculation gets that to come out at 38 million, which would suggest a 1-to-1 ratio.
Whatever the final present value of costs is, the optimism bias, whether it was 30% or 16%, was added after that. So there's no question that it was a 29 plus the optimism bias. The figure which we're debating the last few minutes would have included the optimism bias of what was originally 46. We realised it should either be 30 or 16, and we chose 16 because we'd done the Monte Carlo simulation.
Yeah, I'm coming
so
to.
There's no question that we've double counted the bias.
That if you use the 30% optimism bias and not the Monte Carlo, it works out just almost precisely 1-to-1.
That's not the case. there's never been an instance where we've got to a one-to-one benefit cost ratio, irrespective of what bias we've used. So that's not true, Mr. Dowson.
Okay, to help me then, when you have the 29.2 million costs and a 30% bias, do you multiply that figure by 30% to get the figure?
The figure I've got here, which is the fixed submission as of October 2018, was a present value of costs for a 75-year standard of protection scheme of £25,179,502. When you add the 30% optimism bias onto that, we get £29,208,223. So the 29 million includes, in this case, the 30% optimism bias.
And 75 there?
Well, that's the standard protection we're providing for Whitesands.
Yeah, but I thought we were doing a 1 in 200 model.
There's a difference between the damages associated with doing nothing and the benefits associated with doing something. And doing something was the 1 in 75-year standard protection. Any damages greater than 170 than the 75-year standard protection would be known as residual damages, which are just slightly in excess of £1 million. So it is difficult to understand. I appreciate that there's a difference between damages of doing nothing, residual values of doing something, and benefits of constructing the preferred option, and taking the damages associated with a 200-year model and creating the damages associated with a 75-year model gives you the residual damages that are not being provided for in the scheme that we're developing. So it benefits the damages avoided, okay? Is that clear? And we're avoiding all the damages up to and including the 1 in 75-year standard of protection. Beyond that, we have a residual value of damages, which in this case, I can't remember the exact figure, was slightly more than £1 million. So in other words, if the 200-year flood was to happen tomorrow and the scheme was built yesterday, you would still be having damages. You can never avoid all damages, as you appreciate. So we'd still be having a residual damage of over £1 million in present value terms.
Right. The construction costs that we heard from Mr. Callender were estimates only, and it is still a very early part of the design. What would happen to your calculation if those construction costs increase?
That's the purpose of the optimism bias, to actually indicate what in this case with 80% certainty, we're 80% certain that given the risk register of all the percentage problems that might occur environmental, engineering-wise and so on, that we would expect a optimism bias factor of 16%. If you were to be 95% certain, then your optimism bias value would go up a couple of percent, I think to about 18%. So if you're 100% certain, quite clearly your optimism bias percentage would go up significantly, because you can never be 100% certain. So we're choosing an 80% certainty value. If we chose a 95% certainty, then the benefit cost ratio of 1.35 would reduce marginally. Okay, so if those costs were to increase outside the context of the Monte Carlo simulation, then we couldn't say there was a certainty that that risk value is correct. So from experience and from application of Monte Carlo techniques for a number of years now, probably 16 years or so since it was first adjudicated, we can consider that we're 80% certain that 16% optimism bias would be appropriate for Whitesand, and 18% if we were 95% certain. But if we would take the 95% certainty, we reduce the benefit cost ratio marginally from 1.35 to, I forget, I think it was a 1.33, let's say. I have the figure somewhere. But it's so small a difference, I don't want to delay the meeting, the inquiry by chasing up that figure for you. We can chase it up. I've got it written down here, but my eyes have given out. I'm sorry, Mr. Dawson. I just had a detached retina, so I'm still getting used to seeing again.
Could I just ask about the residential and commercial properties? Starting with the residential, we're told there are 45 of them. I don't know where they are because I haven't had the addresses. I believe they were supposed to be lodged with the reporters, but we'll find that out. But my knowledge of the Whitesands is that there are very few ground floor residential properties that would flood, and maybe 30 odd of those 45 are probably flats on upper levels. Does that not make a difference? These properties are, even in a 1 in 200 year flood, may not flood.
Which in the extreme floods would be affected. As far as the flat situation, we were fully cognizant of the fact that we'd included 6 flats which were on first floor. And by taking those out, we reduced the benefit cost ratio by 0.02 because those flats wouldn't be affected until extreme flooding, and taking them out had very little difference on the benefit cost ratio. So we took that into account. These flats were, if I can find the exact reference, I wrote it down somewhere here. Get there in a second. Yeah, these were the Swans Venel flats. And yes, removing them from the assessment lowers the benefit cost ratio from 1.35 to 1.34. So we haven't removed them, but it would make little difference to the overall benefit cost ratio.
I mean, this is where it would be very helpful if we could have been given these addresses to have a look at them ourselves, but we don't know where they are, you see.
Yeah, that again is not my decision, but I'm sure that, yeah.
Could I just ask, what about flats in places like Friars Venel, bottom of Bank Street? They would all be within that 1 in 200 year area you've mentioned. Are they part of the 45 residential properties?
If you consider the total number of properties, both commercial and residential, which we've created not only a map of, but a spreadsheet of their addresses and their functions, you would be able to see for yourself exactly the detail of those properties. I've not been in the project long enough to be able to know offhand exactly where the properties are and what their function is, but we spent some time over the last few days creating a list and a map of all the properties that would be affected during the 200-year event. It's a question of whether we can offer it to you.
And with regard to the commercial properties, now, we're told there are 91 of these. Now, I have read another publication of yours, I think it was done by Foresight, called Future Flooding, in which you referred to commercial properties. Do you take them all as retail units?
No. multicoloured manual, incidentally, the multicoloured manual damages to commercial property has been endorsed by the National Flood School, which is a unit in Farnham which assists the insurance industry in reducing the costs of repair following flooding, both to residential and non-residential property. So that National Flood School has endorsed and always does the annual updates of the Middlesex flood damage information. So since 2016, well, since during the calculations made by WSP, properties were divided into retail, office, industrial and warehouse, and subdivided by type. So, for instance, a pizza parlour would be divided, first of all, as a retail property, and secondly, as a food retail property. Whereas I'm trying to think of an example. A garage would be a retail property divided as a petrol filling station or whatever. So the data that's been used by WSP has divided commercial properties into their function and sub-functions. In more recent years, since this assessment was done, we're happy now to call a non-residential property either retail, wholesale, industrial or office, and the damage increases depending on the footprint of the property. So the damages in the multicoloured manual are per square metre of floor space, of ground floor space. But in the WSP calculations, we subdivided the function into sub-functions to get a more accurate assessment of damages. The use accurate is a little bit of a misnomer, because it's now preferred in future assessments to assume that a retail property is just a retail property, because over the years it could convert from a food retail to a non-food retail and so on. So to sum up what I just said, the figures are endorsed by the National Flood School. This is the depth damage data for non-residential properties, and the WSP assessment looked at the function and the sub-function of the property and calculated potential damages per square metre by depth. Is that okay?
That's very helpful. So that's presumably data or information that's moved on since the publication of the other document I referred to.
Which document was that?
It was called, it was done by Foresight, I think. It was called.
Oh, that was done in about 2004, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I couldn't find the date on it.
Which I did with a guy from Dundee University.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that explains that. I'm grateful for that.
Well, if you appreciate that the Flood Hazard Research Centre have been honing in the data, the more floods that they've been able to study, the better information that they've been able to assemble, and therefore improve the depth damage data. I would suggest, although it's not really appropriate here because the residential side of the damages is much lower than the commercial side of the damages, but the residential damages is probably as good as you can get anywhere in any country I've worked in. The commercial property is being developed, particularly since 2007, when we had something like 12,000 commercial properties in England flooded. So we were able to assimilate and analyse the typical damages for those the flooding in those properties. I think it's important to say that that the very rare the very frequent floods, you would just brush the water out and get on with your business. But for anything that's more than just a few centimetres deep, experience would say that there is a significant clean-up that's necessary, particularly with respect to food hygiene, health and safety, and the like. And so the figures that we use and are used by WSP are state-of-the-art figures, which we hope are as accurate as they can be, and obviously over the years, as more properties flood, we'll improve that accuracy.
Thank you for that. What about empty properties, other commercial properties? There's quite a number of empty properties there.
They wouldn't stay empty forever, hopefully. So we assume that they are functional.
You assume they're occupied.
We assume that they're occupied with the damages in 5 components: stock, which wouldn't be there for unoccupied properties, fixed equipment, movable equipment, building fabric and services. So the damage for every type of property is divided into those 5 components.
But
by depth. Yeah. So you've got depth and duration, actually. Clearly a long duration flood would be greater damages than a short duration flood.
Some of these properties have been empty for years and probably will remain so, but
we haven't taken that into account.
Could I mention that some properties have already got protection? I'm thinking of two particular properties, the bank at the bottom of Bank Street and the tourist office, have been built. They're fairly new buildings that have been built up to a higher level to try and avoid damage from flooding. What happens with those kind of buildings?
There's been a big initiative both in Scotland and the rest of the UK to introduce flood resilience to properties. It can be a cheaper way than an engineering construction in the right circumstances. Clearly Whitesands wouldn't be the right circumstances, but people are at liberty to put their own resilience measures in place. What we recommend is, unless those resilience measures are kite marked, we wouldn't accept them as part of a flood resilience process. If they're just local decisions to improve their flood resilience, then we wouldn't accept those. We only accept kite mark floodgates or air brick covers or non-return valves to drains and so on. So if there's a number of these which are seriously... The other problem with that is that beyond about a 2 foot, I'm sorry to use the imperial measures, beyond a 2 foot depth of flooding, most resilience measures are unsupportable because of the differential pressure between the external pressure of the flood and the internal wall of the building. You get collapsing. But I accept that, yes, people do, in all cases, particularly if flooding is frequent, introduce their own measures. But we haven't included those because we don't appreciate whether they are kite mark products or just, how shall I put it, Heath Robinson products.
You mentioned actual figures for the 45 and 91 properties. I mean, I did them up at 45 times 1,348 and 91 times 708, totaled them together and got a total of around £125,000. Now, I'm conscious that 38 million damage or damage benefits, whichever way you look at it, averages out about 380,000 per annum. Is there a correlation between those figures? And if so, what makes up the difference after the 125,000 to get to 380,000?
The way it works is, if we were to take a 39 million and divide that by a figure which may bewilder you, but I'll explain it, 29.6 or 7, that is the discount factor over 100 years. So let's be general. Let's assume it's 30, and let's assume that we have a 30 million present value of damages. So if you divide 30 million by 30, we get 1 million. So that means that the annual average damages would be £1 million, and then the 140 odd plus 93, divide it into the million. That gives you the annual average damage per property. So it confuses most people because we have to, because of what's called time preference, we know that the costs of the scheme are incurred in the early years of the scheme. Maintenance is obviously progressive through the scheme, and we know that the benefits come online immediately after the scheme's completed and will continue to be those annualized figures for 100 years. because of the time preference issue, we have to suggest that benefits that accrue or costs that accrue in the early years or spent in the early years are worth more than the benefits in future years. That's a rule that's introduced by the Treasury discounting process. And therefore, if you take the 39 million, you divide by the discount factor over 100 years, which is roughly about 30, and then divide by the number of properties affected, you will get the individual annual losses for every flood. And that doesn't just include the floods that happen frequently. It takes into account, using my loss probability curve example, for all floods for all return periods that were modelled. So those figures that we quoted in here, we did that specifically so that we could put into a realistic context what the annual average damage was per residential and per non-residential property, so that it didn't look chaotically huge. Because I agree with you, 39 million seems an awful lot of money. But when you split it down into the year-by-year average for commercial and non-commercial, they're the figures that you quoted. So you've just done it the other way around.
Yeah, it's just I've lived in Dumfries for 40 years and I've seen a lot of floods and I've never seen anything near £380,000 worth of damage.
I think the reason for that is that because we're using excuse me, because we're using figures which are go-to data for all schemes that are evaluated in the UK, then we're excuse me. It's Can I pass on that? Because I can't comment on historical floods. I can only comment on the way that we evaluate the damage associated with floods that are modelled using the physical hydraulic model and the economic model that we use. What you're saying is that you've never experienced any. You're saying you've not experienced any damage in any properties for 40 years.
I didn't say that. I said I've seen damage in properties. Most people do slop out and are up and trading within 12 to 24 hours. That's what they do. They've done it for centuries. But I've never seen, and I'm not aware of £380,000 worth of damage being done. You see, that would have to be an average, wouldn't it? That's, you know, over 40 years. Then you would be looking at £380,000 per average each year. That's a massive figure. Going on the £38 million figure of benefits that you're saying, that's avoided damage. If you break that down over 100 years, that's £380,000 per annum on average. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct.
All I'm saying is, having lived here for 40 years, I've never seen anything like 300. If I speak to my traders and the people I know, we did a very rough estimate. We reckon it's usually about 50,000 at the most.
This doesn't match with the experience that we've had over the same amount of time. So I've been in the business for over 40 years as well, and looking at flood damages in many, many parts of the UK which use the multicolour manual data. And this is the first time I've come across a situation where there seems to be conflict between the actual damages and the damages that are associated with the multicolour manual. Also, it seems improbable that traders, particularly traders who are involved with food production, can just swill out the water and get on with their business. Professor Crichton from Dundee University, who's looked at 2,500 commercial properties, has suggested that the minimum time from his experience, and this includes Scotland as well as England, because he's a Scot himself, the minimum time that there's been outage is 6 weeks. And the maximum was 64 weeks in his study. And if you take Cockermouth again and look at the extreme floods that they've had, up to 7 feet in the high street, you find that the outages are up to 2 years in certain circumstances. And what I will say is that the only time that recovery is quick and swift are global names. So Boots or W.H. Smith would make sure that they're up and trading as quick as possible. Independent traders, which is what most of the traders are in Whitesands, would clearly, I refute the fact that they can sweep it all out and get up and running within a matter of a couple of days. That's not the experience from the flood risk management professionals who studied commercial flooding throughout the country. Therefore, there must be an exception. There's a hygiene problem, health and safety problem. They shouldn't really be getting back up to normal so quickly. For instance, if their freezers are just touched with flood water, the amount of fecal debris in the flood water would mean that they'd have to declare them unsafe, use their insurance policy to get new equipment, use insurance policy to replace their stock. It would be odd to me to find that of the most of the 93 properties in Whitesands would simply swill out a foot of water and get on with their business the next day. I've never seen that in my life of looking at. In my earlier life, maybe 20, 30 years ago, and this was, you may remember the flooding in Glasgow in the early 90s. Serious flooding in Glasgow in the early 90s. I was employed by insurance industry to go up immediately after the flood and do a quick evaluation of the flood losses. And certainly the experience that I've had in those type of situations is that Professor Crichton's understanding of between 6 and 64 weeks of outage is far more realistic than the traders getting on with it the next day. But what can I say? I have no experience of living here, Mr. Dowson. You know.
I'm very grateful for that. But, you know, we and our traders have got experience of living here. I mean, even in Storm Frank 2015, I would say that all traders were up and running probably within 48 hours.
What sort of depths did Storm Frank create?
Varied on different properties, sure. Obviously, but we were looking at...
Can I maybe bring this one to a bit of a close? I think we're going to agree to disagree on that point, and that can be raised in the closing submissions. Do you have any more questions, Mr. Dyson?
Well, I'm very interested in what you've just said. I think Dumfries has got a unique situation. I believe that the models being used are not relevant to this town and this river. I think there's been a complete miscalculation here. And I would like to invite you, Dr. Chatterton, the next time we see the river in flood, if you have the time, would you come down and, as the water goes out, come and meet some of the traders? And I think it would be very interesting, because I'm basically saying that all of these calculations have got no bearing whatsoever to the reality of Dumfries.
Can I just interject? For the purpose of the inquiry, that might be very interesting for the residents and the traders to do that separately, but for the purposes of the inquiry, we've got to rely on the evidence that's before us.
My contention for that is that there is no unique case in Dumfries. Dumfries is like any other high street that floods. The only difference is maybe that you've not experienced in 40 years the depth of flooding, for instance, that has happened in Cockermouth or in Sheffield when, a lot of the industrial properties are flooded to 2 meters. We have estimated from the model that most properties would be flooded to an average of 1.1 meter in the 75-year event. Now, 1.1 metre flood in a commercial property would certainly engage an outage of in the range of Professor Crichton's number of weeks, i.e. between 8 and 64, the difference being between the independent traders who take longer to get back up and running and the multinational traders who have got experience from other parts of the country who will come on and help them to repair their damages. So I would say Dumfries is not unique. I would suggest that you've experienced a lot of minor flooding, but you've never, over a period of 100 years, experienced the breadth and depth of flooding that we're suggesting happens with the hydraulic model that we have created, or the WSP have created.
Yes, I agree with you, but that's a hydraulic model that's been created. Would you agree with that?
I've every confidence.
Sorry, I don't think that's a question for this witness.
Just come back to the optimism bias for a minute. You said it started at 60%. I've certainly seen that. The Babty report of 1988 referred to 60% optimism. As the scheme progresses, you then use the 30%. That's in the Green Book, I believe, which is the industry standard, I believe, that the Scottish Government recommend. And it's only as the scheme is further refined, am I right, that maybe you would bring in the Monte Carlo bias. And I think I'm guessing here, but I think one of the reasons for that is that Monte Carlo is about kind of predicting unpredictabilities. And obviously as the scheme progresses, you get much more detailed design and tighter costings. Those uncertainties can then be refined by the Monte Carlo. Is that correct? Have I got that correct?
That's why Monte Carlo simulation is used, because a number of professionals sit down and develop a risk register. And that risk register, for a number of components of risk, will create a percentage of potential risk of engineering costs rising, weather conditions during construction, environmental issues. Maybe you'll find some remnant of Robert Bruce or something like that. So the archaeologists have got to come in, and that all costs money. If that's the case, the percentages that are ascribed to every component are then fed into the Monte Carlo model, which iterates and reiterates hundreds and thousands of times to create what it considers to be the limit of the uncertainty. And our limit of uncertainty was 16%, given an 80% certainty, and I think it was 18% given a 95% uncertainty. But we chose to use the 80% uncertainty.
If I can just go back a stage, though, Mr. Pickering or WSP in the previous calculation used the 30% optimism bias or optimum bias. Surely it's premature to apply the Monte Carlo method to this scheme because it's not reached that detailed stage of design.
It's only premature if you've not spent a number of days with the professionals working out what they consider to be the components of risk. Once you know the components of risk, you're in a position then to instigate a Monte Carlo simulation of those risks and work out what the uncertainty might or might not be. And because we have a risk register, we were able to do that. Without a risk register, you'd maintain the 30%.
The risk register sounds interesting. Could that be a public document? Is that something that can be published?
That's not up to me to decide.
could I just, I'm getting near the end, if we can. You'll be pleased to know. I was just moving on to your section 5 in your precognition, which was about loss of earnings and things, which I've found very interesting and hadn't seen before. And again, I was quite surprised to see that on the basis of 91 properties, you calculated a loss of like £402,000, again, presumably as an average per annum. And that was in lost earnings. And I go back to the reference to the fact that quite a number of properties are vacant, that they're not trading or whatever. So that just seemed very high to me. I don't think that individual properties, I know maybe one or two are present and will be looking in, would be surprised to hear that on average they were losing £4,400 on each property when a flood comes in.
I'm glad you raised that point, because this isn't part of the benefit cost. You'll appreciate that. And in my precognition delivery, you may have heard me impose the words up to 402,000. The reason for that was the frontier economic method assumes if you have a micro business, which is about 0 to 5 employees, which most of these businesses would be, then the outage will be 24 weeks. If you had an SME, the outage would be 4 weeks. So that 400,000 related to these extensive outages, which happens in all the parts of the country, of the UK, that I've been involved with, but for some reason Dumfries seems to escape that type of outage. I can't comment on it other than to say that, yeah, if you did have a large flood, I'd be interested to know exactly how quickly those micro businesses would get back to trading again. So yeah, that's an up to figure, and if you wanted to appreciate what it is per week, it's £128 a week. So if your micro business was out of action for a week, then on average they would lose about £128. This also includes, don't forget, the supply chain, because the supply chain involves getting if you're a butcher's, you're not, the people supplying the meat are losing out. And if you're buying from the butchers, you're not buying from that butcher anymore. So you've got the upstream and downstream supply chain to worry about. So, when I was reading this through yesterday, I wanted to specifically suggest that was up to that value based on the Frontiers Economics definition of outage for micro and SMEs. But per week, it would be £128, and that would include the upstream and downstream supply chain. So that's more reasonable as far as you're concerned.
It's very, very helpful and helps me a great deal. Could I raise with you one other point, which I just wondered if it's taken into account, is, like, for instance, if I could refer to, say, Burns's Cafe in the bottom of Bank Street, if it were flooded for 2 or 3 days, or couldn't open for 2 or 3 days, not that it has been, I believe it's been a long time since that property was actually flooded, but let's assume it was. Would you not accept that people going for a coffee or a bacon roll or whatever it may be will simply go to the cafe up the road? In other words, although there's damage to that property, I think it's called displacement, or the theory is displacement, that the business is then displaced to another, maybe adjoining. I mean, it's not good for the business that's flooded, obviously, but the other business benefits. So someone wins out of this. There's always gainers and losers, isn't there?
That is exactly why the Treasury do not allow loss of business in their base cost-benefit analysis. So in our base cost-benefit analysis, we simply look at damages. We don't look at the disruption to business unless that business is losing, unless UK PLC loses business as a result of that property being flooded. So in your case of your supermarket or your cafe, we don't allow the damages that we've been calculating are simply physical damages to the property, not loss of trade. So loss of trade does not come into this at all. And that's why the GVA system was introduced, so that anybody wishing to contribute to the scheme would know what the value of that contribution might be. And so certainly in England, local authorities would contribute a commensurate amount to the scheme with respect to the loss of GVA to their community, because that community pays rates to the local authority. So that's a little red herring.
Dr. Chatterton, I'm very grateful to you for answering my questions. I'm sorry they've been a bit long, but I found your answers quite fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowson.
Okay, Dr. Chatterton, I'm sure we have some questions for you. I hope you don't mind bearing with us a little bit longer. Just aiming to be clear in my mind what the purpose is of the Scottish Government guidance. Is it for project evaluation by the Council, in this case, and for Scottish Government in terms of taking account of any funding, or is that guidance also, in your opinion, aimed at persons like ourselves, the reporters?
I'm not sure what you mean, ma'am. Could you just repeat it and I'll try and dissect what you...
I suppose what I'm meaning is this strictly a cost-benefit analysis in terms of someone deciding whether or not to economically go ahead with a flood prevention scheme or giving grant to a flood prevention scheme, or is it something that should be used to assess the overall general wider cost benefits of a flood prevention scheme?
I think it would be both. I mean, one of the reasons for having such strict guidance, both in Scotland and England, Wales as well, is because there are competing projects wanting a limited amount of money, and therefore we have to have an even playing field in the way that we evaluate the cost benefits of projects. In England, there's far more projects than money. I'm sure it might be the case in Scotland. So we have these procedural guidance for appraisal so that we can actually compare each project on its merits. And obviously in Scotland, 80% of the, if it's found to be cost beneficial, then the Scottish Government will contribute 80% and locally will contribute 20%. So I'm not sure about why is it useful for this type of hearing as well. I thought that's why we were here.
Why we asked that question is, in your experience, wouldn't officials elsewhere in the Scottish Government, leaving aside the merits of the case, take a keen interest, perhaps in, check themselves the details of your spreadsheet? Or is that something that, in your experience, is central to our determination of whether the Minister should confirm the order or not?
I've worked in Scotland on other projects, certainly. I've worked extensively in England and Wales on projects, and one of the things that I've found a little niche for is evaluating the cost-benefit spreadsheets for several hundred projects over the last 20, 30, 40 years. So I'm quite familiar not only with the spreadsheets but their development as well. Because I think somebody said earlier, maybe yourself, that to just dump a whole bunch of 100 megabyte spreadsheets onto a council or onto Mr. Dowson would be an unfortunate thing to have to do. So I'm the sort of middleman who tries and evaluates the purpose of those spreadsheets and their accuracy and veracity. And so presumably that's why I was brought into this inquiry. And yes, I am slightly worried and concerned at Mr. Dowson's comment that although this process goes on unabated throughout evaluation processes in the rest of the UK and in Scotland, that in Dumfries there's a completely separate issue.
So have you been tasked by the Scottish Government to evaluate a cost-benefit analysis of a scheme that has been put in where you're not part of the promoting team, as it were?
Yes, I mean, as I said in my precognition, that on a number of occasions in the last 5-6 years, SEPA and the local authorities who are involved with promoting flood alleviation, flood prevention schemes, have asked me and my colleagues to attend seminars and give them the benefit of our experience in the way that those appraisals should be conducted. So I've not been asked to go into this level of detail for any Scottish scheme before, but this sort of level of detail and beyond is how we conduct ourselves in 1, 2, 3-day seminars with the Scottish Government, with SEPA, and with the local authorities who are promoting schemes. So my only reservation on leaving this committee would be how I can answer the fact that Dumfries is a very special case, because I don't believe it is. I defer to Mr. Dowson's residency here for 40 years, of course, but if the values that we use in our appraisal, in our cost-benefit analysis, were to be criticised elsewhere, which they never have been, then we wouldn't have a process whereby we could justify any schemes. So we have to use these as comparative processes and accept that no community has a special status when it comes to their severity of flooding in terms of the damage created by the flood. Otherwise, the purpose of this and previous manuals, the modelling that WSP have done, which is equivalent to the modelling that's done elsewhere in Scotland and the rest of the UK, would be for naught. So by criticising our modelling and the hydraulic modelling would actually mean that we'd have to put into contention the efficacy of any other project that's been delivered in any or the rest of the UK. So I'm rather surprised that Mr. Dowson feels that Dumfries is a special case.
We've heard evidence from other parties more than Mr. Dowson, and there's been submissions made to ourselves in relation to the impacts of the flooding and the amount of time that businesses are affected, the types of businesses. We've heard from the traders in terms of the resilience measures they have undertaken. Perhaps not all kite marked, perhaps some of it is in terms of keeping stock upstairs, moving equipment when they're given advance warning of flooding. If, just for theoretical sake, you took out the properties, the number of properties that had resilience measures from your equations, how significant an effect for that number of properties might it have on the overall cost-benefit ratio?
That's not been done, and without any detailed forensic on which properties we're talking about, we don't really have a process where we can quickly recalculate the benefits, assuming that those properties will be protected. I think I said earlier that once you get to about a 2 foot, 0.6 meters of flooding externally, those measures become inappropriate because of the differential pressure between the flood. Don't forget, water weighs a cubic meter, a ton of cubic meter. So you can imagine the pressure associated with the differential pressure between the water, moving water against the wall, and the interior of the property with no pressure against it at all. So I would be reluctant to suggest that Dumfries also is the only scheme where people have, over the years, tried to alleviate the effects of flooding by putting in their own resilience measures. And indeed, one of the things that we do in the multicolour manual is look at the effects of moving equipment, movable equipment, stock, into a safe place. And the reason for flood warnings is primarily to save life, not to allow the movement of movable of property and stock. The reason for that is that it's suggested that, and again this is from pragmatic research, that the effect of moving equipment has only about a 5.6% reduction in the flood damages associated with that movement, given an appropriate warning, level of warning, and that the expense that's spent on flood warning projects is largely to avoid the loss of life or injury, which certainly will be the case in a fast-flowing river like the River Nith.
I appreciate that some of the questions are not easy to answer in these circumstances. If you just in terms of pure interest, if you took the commercial properties out of that equation, in terms of that type of damage, you know, the damage that's been experienced, the 1 in 30-year flood, I'm just interested in how significant a difference that could have to the cost-benefit ratio. I'm not expecting to rely on this. I'm just looking for your ballpark estimation as an experienced practitioner.
I'd have to know how many were involved in it. It would need a lot more detailed scrutiny and forensics for me to give a comment on that, because I'd have to look at the quality and efficiency of those measures, because the measures can either be resistance measures, which are basically gates to stop water going in, or resilience measures, which are basically you alter your you don't have lime plaster walls, you have flood resilient bricks and so on and so forth within the, you know, and you have ingenious methods that are all over the country, which are pulleys where you can sort of pull up tables out of the way of the flood. You know, that happens in York, for instance. So I'd have to know precisely what resilience and resistance measures had been included in each property before we could then eliminate them from the benefit cost analysis. And also, should we do that anyway? Because unless they're kite marked and officially registered by Scottish, the local authority or SEPA, as happens with the EA insists on kite marked products otherwise they're included within the benefit cost assessment. So without that information, I can't say, yes, it would reduce the benefit cost ratio to X to 1. It will be a whole different evaluation process.
Okay, is it safe to say that for the purposes of this calculation, there was no discount made for commercial properties having any resilience measures in place?
Could you just repeat that?
So for the purposes of the calculations undertaken, this cost-benefit analysis, there was no deduction or allowance made for properties having resilience measures?
That's correct. There was no deductions made for any potential effects of resilience or resistance.
In your experience, is it conceivable that a different flood protection scheme, but to a lower protection standard, say 1 in 10 year event, could give a better cost-benefit ratio?
We did an analysis of this, and if we had a 1 in 10 year standard of protection, it would be economically unsustainable, and I've never seen a flood protection scheme only giving that level of protection. It's almost unheard of in my experience. And B, in Whitesands, again, it depends if you believe the modelling, of course. In Whitesands, about half the properties wouldn't be protected by that 1 in 10 year scheme and would still flood. But my main objection to a 1 in 10 year scheme is that, well, two main objections. One, it's economically unsustainable, and I think we agreed with some quick calculations that it wouldn't be cost beneficial to do so, because the majority of the costs come in the setting the flood alleviation works out, the foundations and all that sort of work that you need to do in advance. So there would be it would be unsustainable economically.
So in terms of the cost-benefit ratio, the only way it could do, because it's a lesser standard, it always get penalised by not saving on future flood defences. So it would have to be extraordinarily cheap. Is that your point?
That's correct. And if you wanted an extraordinarily cheap alternative, then the kite mark floodgate type products would be the cheapest way of doing it, at about £4,000 to £8,000 a property. But in a community as large as Dumfries, that would be again probably technically, well not probably, would be technically unfeasible and unsustainable.
In the answer to my question just then, you said economically unsustainable. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I mean that the costs would exceed the benefits. The other issue, of course, about sustainability is that there are a lot of other benefits that we've not measured in the current appraisal. For instance, damage to vehicles, traffic disruption, evacuation of people during the flood event. That would increase the benefit-cost ratio. So it's not just a question of what would lower the benefit-cost ratio. I could put it to you that there are a number of issues which would increase the benefit-cost ratio, which I would advise in any future calculations, particularly disruption of traffic.
Mr. Connell, do you have any final comments?
I think I've probably only got two, I hope, so perhaps I'll just try and deal with them. Firstly, just for clarification, I think, Dr. Chatterton, you said, and you asked a number of questions about it, that the sort of starting point, or one of the starting points for this exercise, was the 1 in 200 year event flood map with depths indicated on it. Is that correct?
There's a map without the depths on, but there is also a spreadsheet with the depths on.
So, there is that map with the depths on it in SD10. Just that we've had a lot of questions about where is it. Well, it's in the scheme document. The copy I have, obviously, is an A4 sheet, but one can get bigger versions, one can blow it up electronically and so on. There are a series of maps in SD10, but one of them is the 1 in 200 year flood map with depths, and then you simply extrapolate from that. The one further question, if I may, Dr. Chatterton, and it's really again just for understanding. You were asked by Mr. Dowson a number of questions, and we ended up talking about flatted properties, and the point was made, well, if you're in the upstairs flat, you're not affected. And you said, well, if you take the figures out for the upstairs flat, it doesn't make much difference. Now, would that mean that there is something included for upstairs flats, it's just not very big? Or is that wrong?
It would probably be in relation to what the threshold was the threshold of flooding would be. Perhaps they weren't distinguished as flats, but they're so far up the floodplain, as it were, that the frequency of flooding will be extremely rare, which would therefore contribute very little to the annual average damages.
I'm just thinking in a flood, an upstairs flat will have its access affected or might have its services affected.
Yeah, this is absolutely right, and this is why, although some credence was given to the evacuation costs, since the data that was used to evaluate benefits, I think it was I can't remember the data, the date of the actual, the data that was used, but in the last couple of years, there's been a whole retranche of the cost of evacuation. What I mean by that is even people with access to their flats would be evacuated for a small amount of time. Those who were flooded would obviously not only be given temporary accommodation, but be given alternative accommodation during the repair process. And that would be included in future assessments. So yes, people whose access is limited would actually have a small amount of loss associated with that evacuation process, and you know, being accommodated in church halls or whatever. But properties with actual flood damage would actually then have to take refuge in alternative accommodation for several weeks until the repairs are done.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterton. I have no further questions.
Okay, if we could reconvene at 2 o'clock, please. And that's us finished with yourself, Dr. Chatterton. You're free to go. Thank you very much for your time. Please, Mr. Dawson. Would you like to just go ahead and read your recognition for us?
Recognition on visual and heritage, paragraph 1, design and materials. We will argue that the proposed height of the bund design and the materials used are inappropriate in this location, particularly with regard to the conservation area status of the Whitesands. Permanent or temporary, I don't know why that's in, sorry, that's, just ignore that, please. The intention to introduce so much steel and glass into the riverside as a mitigation for loss of views is inappropriate in this location. Glass will only work if it is kept clean, and this creates a massive maintenance issue for the council. Their maintenance reputation on the Whitesands and in the town centre is poor. Paragraph 2, impacts on Devergiller Bridge and the setting of the bridge. As laid out in our original objections, the work intended for Devergiller Bridge is contrary to HES policies and should not be allowed to a scheduled monument. Reference paragraphs 3.16 and 319 of the HES policies. 3.16, and I'm quoting from it, says works on scheduled monuments should therefore normally be the minimum level of intervention that is consistent with conserving what is culturally significant in a monument. And paragraph 3.19, quoting from that, says extensive intervention will only be allowed where it is clearly necessary to secure the longer-term preservation of the monument, or where it will clearly generate public benefits of national importance, which outweigh the impact on the national cultural significance of the monument. The council proposals are not minimal and not essential and give no service of national importance. Over the past few years, we have challenged the council design team to make a formal application to HES. They have refused to do so, even though they have a completed outline scheme. The council are deliberately holding back on this application, hoping to get the power of a public inquiry behind them. We will urge the reporters to recommend rejection of the works on the bridge. A ramp onto the bridge is not an essential requirement of a flood protection scheme. A flood protection barrier can be provided at this location which does not touch the bridge. No guarantee has been given by the Council as regards to the safety of the bridge. In discussion with HES, it has become clear that they have only been consulted about one solution. The alternative solutions have never been put forward to them so that they could give an opinion or advice on those options. The next part is kind of responding to the Council's inquiry statement. So paragraph 2.2.5 of that, of the Council's statement, suggests that there is no likely significant effects on Devergilla Bridge. We say you only need to look at the drawings to see how wrong that assessment is. Paragraph 2.2.8, the setting of the bridge is not dominated by toilets, cars and buses. They have little impact on the setting, whereas the Council proposal physically ruins the setting. Paragraph 2.2.10, here the Council finally admit that there is an adverse impact on the bridge. Universal access is not a necessity of a flood protection scheme. Paragraph 2.212 places disabled people in considerable danger as they will be unable to move over the bridge and off the other side without taking their lives in their hands. And we submitted a number of photographs with Alistair Moyer on the bridge in his wheelchair to try and illustrate that point. Paragraph 2.214 is about the effect on listed structures, and we say that paragraph seems to have missed the implications in Annex P seepage document that could undermine the foundations of 29 Irish Street due to seepage from groundwater. Paragraph 2.218, we do not agree with the conclusion in this paragraph because there are significant effects on the conservation area. Paragraph 2.221 refers to glass panel. These panels, they're a mitigation for a bad design. They will not maintain the visibility of the river views. The panel starts at 1.4 metres above ground level. All that can be seen through such a glass panel is the tops of trees on the other side of the river. The permanent bund at 1.4 metre high makes the glass panels a nonsense. Paragraph 2.223, the selected option, i.e. the Council design, does not address the TVIA concerns which are listed. 2.224, we must point out the doublespeak here. And we quote a reference in that paragraph about in some areas. Now, in some areas quoted from that document means you actually have to climb up onto the raised walkway to see the river at all. Otherwise, it is hidden from view. In paragraph 2.225, we point out that some views will be curtailed by the flood's defences. This is a quote. These would not be significant. In my opinion, this is not true. We will challenge the whole statement vigorously at the inquiry. Paragraph 3 relates to the Disability Discrimination Act and the ramp. There is no need in law to provide a disabled access to the bridge. The DDA only requires the owner to make reasonable adjustment to property, and there is specific provision for listed buildings, ancient monuments. It is not a reasonable adjustment to place a new build ramp onto a scheduled monument. It is unreasonable, particularly when disabled people have two other accessible bridges in close proximity. Disabled people can enjoy the view from either of these bridges, and the main item of view will be the Devergilla Bridge. It is therefore even more essential to preserve the purity of the existing structure and the setting of the bridge in its historical environment. Even if disabled people could access the bridge from the proposed ramp, they could not cross the bridge fully, as the other side of the bridge cannot be made DDA compliant. In fact, letting wheelchair users onto the bridge could be extremely dangerous as they approach the steep slope on the other side. Again, we refer to photographs. The council proposal will spoil the view of the bridge and the setting of the bridge for everyone, including disabled people, and from every angle, and for 100 years. The DDA ramp has absolutely nothing to do with flood protection and is a component of the design which should be removed. Conservation area impacts. I refer here to just the vastness of the project, and particular to the Greensands car park. In paragraph 1.3.3, now that is of the design justification report, which is a submitted document, the council talk about, quote, leafy countrified riverbanks that exist immediately upstream, end of quote. And we refer to the Greensands site, which meets that description. We will point out that attempts to mitigate the loss of car parking on the Whitesands has led to the council proposing to turn this leafy countrified riverbank into a car park. So in order to turn the Whitesands riverbank into a green space, the council will effectively destroy a green riverside space to meet their ends. We will argue that this is a senseless act and achieves nothing that enhances the town or our green spaces. The provision of this new car park is contrary to the conservation area status and related policies. We must protect our green river banks from insensitive development. Paragraph 5 or section 5, townscape impacts. With regard to the council inquiry statement, again we refer to paragraph 2.21. There is no evidence that this proposal will increase the availability of insurance against flood risk for properties. Paragraph 2.22. We reject the assertion that the Whitesands is much diminished, quote, for the reasons given. The essential service of bus turning and car parking create the busy pedestrian activity that currently makes the Whitesands so active. Paragraph 2.23. There is no evidence that the scheme adheres to Scottish Government policy on placemaking. Without the previous public realm improvements, that vision is gone. I refer to public realm improvements that we say were taken out of the scheme from the master plan. 6, community safety issues. We have met with the local police, had a brief discussion about community safety issues resulting from this proposal. The establishment of a permanent 8 feet 2 inch high barrier effectively masks the river from view and creates a potentially dangerous area for pedestrians. There have been tragic incidents recently where people last seen on the Whitesands have died in the river. The design creates an adverse effect resulting in spaces where people will feel vulnerable. CCTV is only part of the potential answer. CCTV is currently available on the Whitesands, but that alone has not been able to prevent tragedy. The council design makes the potential danger worse. It also creates a problem for emergency vehicle access to the river from the Whitesands. It seems there has been little consultation with police, fire, ambulance, Nith Insure, rescue, etc. With other design options, this problem can be effectively removed. Number 7, large open space provision. Currently, the Whitesands offers the opportunity to be cleared for large open space events such as firework displays, the fair or fairs, Scottish Rally, etc. We've submitted some photos to show those kind of events. This facility will be removed as part of the council scheme as the footprint of the bund effectively destroys the flat open space nature. We have submitted a number of photos, as I've said, of open space landscape no, sorry, can I say that again? We have submitted a number of photos of open space landscape architecture of a much more imaginative and creative nature than the council scheme, which seems to consist of trees, plants, grass and slopes, with some street furniture dotted about. This is a missed opportunity. Even if the Whitesands were to remain or remains predominantly a car park, it should be enhanced with well-designed materials and treatments, yet still be capable of being cleared for major public events. Thank you.
Mr. Dawson. As we did last week, we'll give you the opportunity to add any further comments that have arisen since the recognitions were submitted.
I haven't really thought about that, but very, very quickly, one that quickly springs to mind was the evidence from James MacLeod, where he referred to maintenance issues around the council design, and particularly in relation to glass panels, for instance, where I don't want to misquote him, but he suggested that a damaged glass panel, I think the words he used were the integrity of the scheme remains. I know that statement has caused a lot of concern amongst people. Maintenance is critical to these things, and damage to panels, it may retain the integrity of the component to hold back water, even if it's damaged, but it removes its intervisibility, if that's the word, or the ability to see through it simply if it's badly damaged, and that's in our interpretation that means that that's unacceptable. That the panel is then not performing its function. Its function is not solely to hold back water. Its function is to be seen through. Although I've pointed out that you can't actually see through them to the river. All you'll see through these panels is the tops of trees, and we've actually done a test on that. Anyone who stands and looks at these panels from the roadway will not see the river. All they'll see, if they're lucky, are tops of trees and clouds. Thank you.
Mr. Connell, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm conscious, Mr. Dowson, we've agreed that we're not going to disagree with everything just for the sake of space time, and we're also going to have a site visit in which people will be allowed to wander about and have a look at all of these things. So I'll restrict my questioning with that in mind. However, I am intrigued by one of your points. I want to ask you about the bridge first. If this scheme is built, that's an if this scheme is built, broadly along the lines of what's currently being proposed, are you still arguing that the ramping of the, let's call it the near side, just for simplicity, of the Dervalagilla Bridge should be deleted from the scheme, even in that circumstance?
Yes. Yes, I am. I've said it's not an essential component of the scheme. And, I mean, I've talked to Alistair Moyer. We've been out on site with we've done incline. I think it's an inclinometer, which looks at the gradient. We've also given some specification of wheelchairs, which we've submitted. The vast majority of wheelchairs will simply not handle the other side of the bridge. I worked as the director of DG Voice, which was basically the coalition of disabled people, for 9 years throughout the region, and was involved in a lot of access audits for wheelchair purposes. disabled people don't demand access to every particular location. They recognise that in some cases where you have a scheduled monument, which is very important, that sometimes that is not achievable, or although it may be achievable, is maybe not the most desirable thing. That's why the Act actually says that the owner should make a reasonable adjustment. And it would then need a court to decide what was reasonable. Many disabled people themselves, I think, would say it's not reasonable to put that ramp on there because of the impact it has on both the setting and the historic structure. So sometimes disabled people themselves will stand back from important things like this. I think the ramp is unfortunate and not necessary, and potentially puts disabled people in danger if they try to off the other side, because we certainly found that, or Mr. Moyer certainly found that he would not want to go down that incline in certain wheelchairs. So unless that was managed properly, it could be dangerous.
I think there's agreement between us, Mr. Dowson, that the slope on the, let me just call it the far side of the bridge, is a steeper one. And of course you can't change that unless you start making a whole lot of other alterations to a scheduled monument, which the Council is not suggesting, and the Council's information is HES won't let you do anyway. But that, it just brings me back to the question. I mean, you said it could be managed.
I said it would have to be managed, otherwise there would be danger. I don't think it can be managed, actually.
I think I have to suggest to you that the near side of the bridge is where, if you like, the bridge was truncated, chopped off, however you want to describe it, when the road system changed on that side a long time ago, and steps were put in. And of course that makes it inaccessible to certain disabled users. Would you not agree it would be an entirely reasonable thing to do as part of this process to facilitate access for those who wish it?
No, that's my point. I think that would be an unreasonable adjustment on a historic monument, and I'm also saying that I think many disabled people would understand that. And one of the assessments about reasonableness is to look and see if there are alternative provisions nearby. And what we're referring to is the fact that there are, in very close proximity, 2 other bridges which are accessible. If the purpose is to get river views, or the purpose is to cross the river, then there are 2 nearby alternatives. Many courts would take the view that a reasonable adjustment on the Devergilla Bridge is not required because the other 2 bridges provide basically that experience.
Otherwise, there is no access onto the bridge itself. You accept that?
For disabled people, you mean? Yes, and that's the status quo, and that's the way it's been for at least 200 years. And what I'm saying is, as part of a flood protection scheme, that there is no requirement to resolve that issue. It's not a requirement of a flood protection scheme.
You're saying you don't want it resolved anyway. You think it should be left as it is with the steps.
Yes, I do, yes.
Sticking to the bridge for the moment, you know that the sections of policy you've quoted in relation to historic environment policy relate to actual works to the bridge as opposed to setting issues and so on. You know that's what we're talking about there.
Yes, I'll accept that, although setting of the bridge, in my discussions, and we met with HES officials on site, they made it quite clear that they were very, very concerned about the setting of the bridge In fact, John Malcolm, who I met on site, said to me that he felt the setting of the bridge was almost as important as the bridge itself. So in terms of that statement, though, if that is about precisely about work to the bridge, then that's still the case, isn't it? That work has been done to the bridge.
I'm not looking to argue about the setting with you, because we've got the HES correspondence. We can see what they said about that. But it's just that you've chosen to focus on actual work to the bridge, which essentially amounts to preserving but covering up the steps and inserting a ramp.
Yes, that's correct. I think you've correctly summed up the work that is to be done to the bridge, which, from our point of view, we don't want to see done.
You're not arguing, are you, that that's extensive intervention to the structure of the Devergiller Bridge, are you?
Yes, I am. And I'm saying that I think that's quite intrusive. The fact that, the steps came in 200-odd years ago, this is new work being planned to be bolted on to the end of a historic bridge. You can't get round that. And certainly we're objecting to that.
What scheme do you have in mind that you mentioned in your precognition that can be created without touching the bridge at all?
There may be various ones, but we would certainly like to see a fuller design of the rising barrier solution, because we believe that method or that component or that design could be placed or stood back from the bridge, so that there was no need to actually touch the bridge at all.
On the second page of your precognition in section 3, you say that the council proposal spoils the view of the bridge from every angle. Surely that's a gross exaggeration.
Sounds about right to me. Wherever you go, people are. Yeah, I mean, you're changing the whole nature of that end of the bridge. So, from every angle, meaning downstream, upstream, from the hill above, really it's completely changing it. For instance, if you stand on the Whitesands and look towards the bridge with the barrier in place, you won't even see the bridge. The bridge is you just don't see it. And one of your own council drawings actually illustrates that the bridge cannot be viewed from, say, Cafe Piccolo, which is straight across from it. You just won't see it.
Challenging your statement that it's from every angle, because from the retained riverside cycle path, if we want to call it that, from the other side of the river and so on, you'll be able to see the bridge, will you not, just as before?
I can't agree with that. You're not going to be able to see it as before. It is significantly changed on one complete end. I mean, and even if you want to look at views from the other side of the river, you won't even be able to see the parts of the town or the Whitesands from the other side of the river. I mean, everyone's talked about the view from the Whitesands out, but no one's actually talked about the view from the other side of the river in. And even from the existing pathway that you mentioned, people walking along that existing pathway won't in fact be able to see the town.
Well, I didn't ask you about the town, I was asking about the bridge. You see the bridge just as before from the other side.
I don't agree with that. And certainly the setting of the bridge is completely changed to its detriment from that side of the river.
You prefer the view to have a setting of a car park to the view of a riverside walkway? Is that is the SOS position, isn't it?
We already have a riverside walkway, and it works fine. So I don't see a problem there. The car parking, cars tend to be made of steel and glass. I note that we're going to get steel and glass as a replacement for steel and glass. But yes, the car parking is essential. That's something that we must defend in that position. If the council were to build, for instance, a multi-storey car park on the Whitesands, I would actually be quite supportive of that. And that was in one of the components in the original master plan that's been removed. So we must defend those car parking spaces.
If under the scheme the existing toilet block and the vegetation around it, which is close to the end of the bridge location, is removed, that will surely improve people's ability to appreciate the bridge, will it not?
Well, the toilet block, again, is in a very strategically important position. It's ideal for buses, tourists, people stop at the laybys there. It's absolutely a great service. But, you know, I'm not going to totally defend a toilet block. If the toilet block was demolished and removed, yes, I could go along that may enhance that end of things. But I would also say that placing what would be important there would be to clearly see where that toilet block was going to be then relocated. And we have no design details at all of where that toilet block is going to go, what it's going to look like, what kind of service it's going to provide. And if it were to be stuck away in a car park somewhere, it would not perform the current very valuable service it does. So although it does affect the views, you know, a lot of people quite like that toilet block. I think it's quite a nice wee building. It's part of the history. I mean, it's been there. Look at the old photographs. It's been there a long time, and I think it could last a bit longer.
The answer to my question is yes. It will. The views, which is what we're talking about, the views of the bridge, would be improved by the removal of that block.
The detriment of the service of the toilets, which are, like the car parking, very, very valuable in that location. So until the public sees where that toilet block is going to be relocated and what it's going to be like, we will defend our toilet block.
Now, turning to the Greensands, where was the swimming pool before it was demolished?
It was on that site, towards the end of that site, yes.
So it's a formerly used site. It formerly had an urban structure on it, which was the swimming pool, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it's already used for car parking?
Some of it is used for car parking. That's historic, that's valuable. I don't want to knock that. But the idea of I'm posing a question in my recognition of saying, why would you, if you want to create a green space on the Whitesands, why attack the Greensands?
But part of the reason for increasing parking at the Greensands might be because people like Save Our Sands have agitated so much about the loss of car parking as a key issue, and therefore the council has responded to that by seeking to replace car parking. You know that's part of the ideas, don't you?
Yeah, but they haven't done it, have they? They haven't replaced the car parking. Placing 65 cars on the Greensands isn't necessarily going to be beneficial to the Whitesands. In fact, I'm not convinced it's going to be beneficial to anyone, because I have doubts about who will actually use it. Sorry, the Greensands is not serving the Whitesands businesses and traders. The Greensands will not serve Bank Street, it will not serve Friars Venel in any meaningful way. Anyone going from the Greensands to the, we'll see this on the site visit, Anyone going from the Greensands is more likely to go up along Buccleuch Street and in by Burns Statue. They'll miss out all these wonderful little streets that the Whitesands 230-odd spaces currently serve. All of those businesses and those locations will suffer, and the Greensands is not a mitigation. It's not. It is not a replacement of Whitesands car parking.
I don't want to get into an argument about car parking because we have a session on car parking. But what I was asking you about, Mr. Dowson, is the image you've drawn in your precognition is of the Greensands as some kind of leafy space which is going to be destroyed. And that's not an accurate representation of what the Council are proposing, is it?
Yes, it is. The Greensands, and we've submitted photographs, we'll see it on the site visit, it no longer has a swimming pool on it. It's a very, very pleasant green space. It's enjoyed by many people who walk along there. I can remember seeing an illustration of the council scheme with green fingers. It talks about green fingers and linking the upstream green space with the dock parks green space downstairs, and here we're going to get green fingers in the middle. So it looks like the green finger space upstream is being compromised, really, by introducing all those cars. So I think the Greensands is actually a very, very attractive green space. I think it should be protected, and I think it's bizarre that the council want to move cars off the Whitesands and then put them on the Greensands. I mean, the master plan, one of the things that's always quoted was, why should the cars have the best view? Well, why should the cars have the best view on the Greensands? I mean, it defies logic to me.
The logic of the answer you've just given is that you would build your flood defence on the Whitesands and not replace the car parking on the riverside at all. Is it not? Because you're saying if it's right that the cars shouldn't have the best view, you would simply stop prioritising car parking. And that's not the line that your organisation is running at all.
Yeah, well, no. That quote about should the cars have the best view was not from me. That's historically the case. That's what we're dealing with here. And to be fair to our elected councillors, they were quite clear on this. They said before those cars are removed, alternative provision has to be made. They recognise the value of those car parking spaces. So before they're removed, you've got to come up with a proper alternative, and all I'm saying is to put 65, 70 of them on the Greensands is not a solution for the Whitesands, and it's to the detriment of a green space.
There's no proposal to change the riverside walk at the Greensands, is there? Sorry, you can walk along the river at the Greensands, and there's no proposal to change that under the new scheme, is there?
Well, there are some small walls and things that go into the Greensands, which I believe will still be allowed to flood. There's no change to the actual walkway. I assume that you mean the path will still be there, but there's a lovely green space there at the moment, which will be taken up in future, so will not be there. So I think that alters the views as you certainly walk along that path.
Now, I'm not going to ask you about the community safety issues, because I think Mr. MacLeod dealt with that in his evidence. Apart from one question, if you have use being made of the riverside walkway, people actively walking along on that raised level, that's actually a good thing for safety, is it not?
I'll have to wait and see on that one. I mean, late at night, most accidents do happen late at night, in the darkness, whatever. Certainly the most recent tragic accidents happened, I think, about 1 o'clock in the morning. These are the danger times, I think, and that's also when CCTV is at its poorest, and there's probably police If they are on duty, they're probably occupied elsewhere. So the idea that there's lots of people walking along the raised walkway at midnight, I'd have to wait to see if that was to be the case. I doubt it.
Coming to your final paragraph, it's a feature of your presentation that you submitted lots of interesting photographs of places where architecture has been introduced and street treatments of various kinds have been introduced. Have you submitted any material to show more imaginative design of a flood prevention scheme?
Well, I'll have to bend to that one. We're going to be joined by Felix Waterhouse lately, who has provided those photographs. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's one of a flood prevention scheme there. Felix, is there? No.
I think my point simply is it's all very interesting in a general sense to look at the very pretty spaces, but if this scheme is built, the design needs to fit round the function of the flood prevention.
Yeah, but that's almost the fundamental point as to why the bund is such a bad design. The footprint of the bund destroys that space. It makes it impossible for the designer to really do anything imaginative or creative, because they're already faced with a design which probably the best you can try to do is to try and just decorate it a bit. You can't do anything imaginative because the footprint has basically been taken up by the raised walkway and bund. The designer must have been very, very restricted in their ability to do anything with it.
I think we're just trying to... That's a very helpful answer, thank you, Mr. Dowson. I think that explains the position that your organisation is taking. But if your organisation is correct, then what you should be doing is retaining the car parking at this space, which is going to rule out the kind of interesting public space, imaginative planning that actually is being talked about in these photographs, isn't it?
Yes, basically. Although we would hope, or we could talk to the council about investment in that space, perhaps at some point in the future. But certainly at the moment, I think we would prefer to see the status quo of the car parking there. I have said before, in terms of regeneration of the town centre, that there are other parts of the town centre that desperately need investment. And in fact, the Whitesands, in our opinion, isn't one of them for that kind of purpose. It performs an excellent service as it does at the moment, and if the scheme was rejected, it would continue to do that. So we would give up that kind of facility or in favour of a rejection of the scheme.
I have nothing further, ma'am.
Mr. Dyson, you've noted that the materials are inappropriate in the conservation area and in relation to the Devergilla Bridge in particular. Can I just ask what you think might be a more suitable alternative? Just in the event that there was a flood protection scheme, what's your view of a more appropriate material?
Well, something that wasn't visible, maybe something that disappeared into the ground. I mean, we know there are other options. The thing about the glass is we don't think the glass works for the reasons I've said. At 1.4 metre high, all you see is cloud from the ground. If you go up onto the raised walkway, the glass is also useless up there because you're looking over the glass. So at both levels, the glass doesn't perform anything. So maybe there are other materials that could be looked at. We would also point out that we believe the raised walkway would have to have 2 balustrades and not 1. We're surprised that for building control reasons that the raised walkway would only have a balustrade on one side. And we would like to make further investigation with building control as to that, because we think it's not safe to only have the one balustrade on one side. And if you had two balustrades, whether they were glass or not, then the views are really blotted out by that. And we think the council have been a little bit ambitious in trying to persuade us that putting glass on one side of the raised walkway is adequate and you don't need anything on the other side. We think that's dangerous for disabled people, for wheelchairs, for people with prams, and for cyclists, because despite the assertion that cyclists will not be allowed up there, our experience of cyclists in Dumfries is that they will love it. Our experience also is that it's going to make a wonderful skateboard park. The skateboarders will be down there in their 10s and 20s and 30s. So we think there is a safety issue. We think it needs two balustrades there, and the minute you put another balustrade in, it's just going to blot out any view at all of anything.
Just one more question. Have either you or Saver Sands made an estimation of what proportion of the views of the river from the town side would be obscured by the bund and the flood protection measures?
I have to be honest and say no. I don't think we have done that exercise. So that question has rather caught me out, I'm afraid. I couldn't. We haven't done that exercise.
No further questions. Do you have any last points to make, just in response? No. No, that's fine. So we can hand over to Mr. Waterhouse. Would you like a break first, Mr. Dyson? 5 minutes? Okay. Everyone ready? Yeah? Okay. You would like to introduce your witness, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Mr. Felix Waterhouse. Saver Sands has been called many things over the past time. We were called silly old sods once, and the impression, I think, was given that Saver Sands was just made up of elderly people like myself. But we've been impressed over the years that a lot of young people have, in fact, supported us, and I'm delighted that Felix has come along to give some evidence. I think he would like to maybe just say a little bit about his statement in advance, and I would also invite him to tell us what his qualifications are, if that's all right.
Sorry. I prepared this statement not expecting to be able to give it in person, because I didn't object to the initial proposals. I was actually only made aware of the council's plans when I read the Dumfries Standard in the summer, and I was so horrified I got in touch with Save Our Sands to see if there was anything I could do in my personal capacity to help the campaign. So thank you very much for letting me speak, because I was aware there was a bit of a question as to whether that was possible. I'd also just like to say that I've prepared the statement I'm going to read with a view to the fact that when I wrote it, it would just be submitted in writing, so that in the course of presenting it, in speaking it to you, it might differ slightly, but I'm going to stick to the text. So, I grew up in Dumfries. I lived here from the age of 4 to 19. I then left and I did an undergraduate degree in politics and social policy. I did a master's in town and country planning, and then after a number of years work experience, I took a level 3 horticultural diploma with the Royal Horticultural Society, That's the highest qualification before university level that it's possible to take in gardening. And ever since then, I've worked as a garden designer as well as doing garden maintenance for a variety of different people in different spaces, in different capacities. And throughout my adult life, I've taken a particularly keen interest in urban regeneration and the forms it takes in Britain today. So all of which have led me to a very critical position of the Council's plans. So I'll just talk you through.
Just before you start, can I just check how much your recognition that you're going to read varies from the one that's been submitted? Is it just made more reader-friendly, but the facts and the content are pretty much the same?
Read it out.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay. So there is nothing inherently good about green space, and this is quite an important philosophical point, but I think it needs making now. This is treating as an absolute given throughout the Council's documents the idea that green space is good. I think this needs to be challenged and contested where it is found to be wanting. From a town planning perspective, it's important to note that towns and cities arose in what I would call contradistinction from nature and the countryside outside the urban area. There's lots of historic pictures of the Whitesands and the uses that took place there in the past. The Whitesands historically and today was and is a flat, empty space in the middle of Dumfries, and as such it was used and useful for this functionality. Its very lack of trees and raised walkways and grass were what shaped it and its historic uses. I think it's important to note that we're at a point in time when there's a lot of problems in terms of how we engage with nature. We really have to change a lot about contemporary Western society. Where there's problems about runaway climate change and questions about the future of ourselves on the planet. We live at a time where the very raison d'etre of the nation state and the provision of state services and functions is being called into question. We live at a time where smartphones and the grip of the computer screen is changing our attention spans, perhaps irrevocably. Nature deficit syndrome is a recognised psychological disorder across the Western world. And so I really want to challenge this unquestioned premise that green space is good. I don't feel it's a mature, grown-up position to adopt or advocate. And I would like you to consider, when you're considering the Council's scheme, what kind of green space is being created, what kind of natural habitats are being planned, what kind of biodiversity is considered welcome to the new space, and questions about how we intend or anticipate that humans, the people in Dumfries, will interact with nature in this space. These questions should inform all development. I don't know the exact legislation in Scotland, but we are all committed to sustainable development. I think it's worth remembering too that political questions around ownership of space, the management and maintenance of space, and the flexibility of space are all very prescient topics in this day and age. I'd also like to point out, given Dumfries Council's record in delivering major infrastructure and development projects, as well as the current quality of many of the town centre's green spaces, which is frankly dire, now is really not the time for the Council to end the Whitesands as the space it has always been and introduce a brand new green space to the middle of Dumfries in some apparent gift back to nature. So I'm going to speak mainly from the Whitesands Public Landscape Report, where the proposals claim to create an enhanced environment for the Robert Burns Centre, the Call and the Devigiller Bridge, and I would challenge this claim that Dumfries would be bequeathed an enhanced environment. I'd like to highlight that behind the proposed designs must be a regime of horticultural maintenance and management, which I personally feel is totally unrealistic in this time of austerity budgeting. Particularly given Dumfries and Galloway's ability to manage its current responsibilities vis-à-vis the existing green spaces in and around Dumfries Town Centre, for the proposed new spaces to be kept mown, pruned and weed-free either requires a palette of planting which simply looks and functions like a supermarket car park, or would require a high level of horticultural input to keep a better than normal planting plan looking pristine for such a high-profile town centre green space. Okay, so I make a number of points. I'd like to speak now about nature and greenwashing. I refer throughout to images which I've pulled from the Whitesands Public Landscape Report. I had thought that there'd be some slideshow facility, so I'm really sorry that I'm not able to point towards the images. But if... Okay, great. Okay. Okay, that's wonderful. So, I think the image of the green fingers clearly demonstrates a fairly basic understanding of the current role of the Whitesands, the place of nature in our lives, and the ways in which we can promote environmental sustainability and good practice in development schemes. Part B of the Landscape and Public Realms Principle from the Whitesands Public Landscape Report talks of creating a green landscape connection between Greensands and Dock Park. The Whitesands green fingers are developed as an avenue treatment to the carriageway, further linking the two parks at either end and improving the driving experience. I feel we should be trying to reduce car traffic in central Dumfries to get more people walking and cycling and using non-polluting methods of transport. So to be so upfront about appeasing and appealing to the experience of the motorist, I don't feel is part of the environmental ethos this council wants to promote. And this seems to sit in contrast with the stated landscape and public realm principle to redress the balance at Whitesands to be in favour of pedestrians and cyclists over vehicle users. I also feel that the scheme prioritises the Whitesands to the extent that car parking is moved further upriver and the Greensands becomes just a bigger car park. From number 6 of the project descriptions from the Whitesands Public Landscape Report, Greensands, Nith Avenue to Buccleuch Street Bridge, and assess the proposals from the perspective of nature and the natural environment, which I understand to be green space, trees, plants, grass. Here it mentions that mature trees will be lost to build a new connecting vehicle ramp. It then euphemistically refers to how the reorganised car park, which I think just amounts to a bigger car park, it talks about how reinforced grass will be used at parking bays to minimise the visual impact of vehicle areas, forgetting the fact that grasscrete is already used in the surface of the car park at the Greensands, and that new trees will be planted within the car park, also that hedge planting will be used to screen vehicles. So essentially what we're being sold at the Greensands is a much bigger car park with a bunch of associated soft landscaping thrown in to screen its visual impact. I feel this means that when you're using the path at the Greensands, you'll essentially be looking into a bigger car park with some hedging and some trees to mediate this. This is not innovative, holistic urban planning and design. This is business as usual for Dumfries and Galloway Council, with a lot of greenwashing tacked on top as a sweetener to hide the increased number of cars and car use at the Greensands. As an aside, I'd also like to highlight that a rudimentary grasp of ecology demonstrates that nature is adept at creating and recreating new habitats and opportunities for natural life to grow and flourish. What looks like to humans a tragedy, so for example, in the recent storms we've had in Dumfries and Galloway, we lost a huge amount of mature trees when they were all blown down. So to us, where that looks like a real problem when all these trees are blown down, actually to nature is part and parcel of natural processes. So for example, when we think about all these mature trees, if they were just left to rot down, they in turn provide a new habitat for fungi and small beetles and insects, which then in turn provide more habitat for the animals that predate on those, in turn generating more biodiversity in nature. So, the stated aim to remove the self-seeded vegetation and sedimented river margin to the north of Buccleuch Street Bridge is basically to act against nature, to destroy naturally created habitat and biodiversity. And I can say this from the belief that all urban green space is human space. We are not talking about creating natural space here, and this is insinuated time after time throughout the council's documents that green space is in somehow natural. The creation of a new green space at the Whitesands is entirely a human space, and this must be recognised as such. So, I concede that where the creation of new public green space allows for natural life and biodiversity to flourish, this is a welcome addition to the human realm, but in towns and cities, all space is planned, even a space which looks to the average person as something natural. So when we look at lawns and flower beds and trees in the urban realm, none of these things are natural. I forget what image I'm talking about here. Apologies. So, I really find that from my design background and having thought and considered a lot of urban regeneration schemes in Britain and throughout the world, the aesthetic quality of the council's proposals is dreadful. Is really, really dreadful. So when we look at the quality of urban design and waterside regeneration, I think I was referring to other examples I've pulled together. I feel that the council's proposals here demonstrate off-the-shelf, bog-standard quality. We see a public realm dominated by hard landscaping, a very drab arrangement of grass, paths, some benches and some bins. I really feel this is what we're going to be looking at if the council get to go ahead with their scheme. Oh yeah, that's right. It's the view down towards the suspension bridge where you're looking at a couple of people on a bench. So you're looking down across the bund. So this particular seating area speaks of a total lack of flexibility in the potential use values of the council scheme. All that can happen in this space is for people to sit down on the benches and use the bins. Also, I feel that the potential for engagement with nature in the newly created green space is actually diminished or unconsciously discouraged, where the balustrade prevents pedestrians from even touching the plants in the flower beds, and the whole of the public realm speaks of an old-fashioned and arbitrary binary division of human space and green space. The inference being behind a scheme like this that humans don't use or walk on or interact with the grass, the plants, or the natural elements of the scheme. So I feel the scheme encourages humans on a pedestrian level to engage only with areas of hard landscaping, and I question whether the grassy slope will be used. I just think they're there as visual fraff. So, with this image in mind and the principle F of the landscape and public realm principles, when it talks about enhancing the outstanding riverside esplanade experience, personally I feel that in terms of public landscaping and the quality of the space which will be created, the proposals fall woefully short of their own aspiration. What this image reveals is that the centrepiece of the proposed scheme is some large areas of grass, some benches and some bins. Okay, so I think this builds on what John was talking about in terms of the approach to the Dever-Giller Bridge. So if you could have that image in mind, there's a particular image from the council's documents which show the new approach to the Dever-Giller Bridge as you're looking at the river. Okay. Yeah, I think specifically in terms of a landscape design and a horticultural perspective, specifically what the flood defence and the regeneration scheme proposes to do to the Dever-Giller Bridge is totally inappropriate and unacceptable. We have in the centre of Dumfries the second oldest brig in Scotland, and yet it wasn't designed or intended for wheelchair use and the mobility requirements of the 20th century. But as John talked about, there are other ways around, and I just think the treatment of building this new ramp isn't in any way fitting, suitable or appropriate of such a historic feature. So we've got these two new staircases which come up towards these ramps, and then in between them a couple of flower beds. And frankly, from a garden design perspective, it's just nonsense. And also, at this point, I'd like to say that the council have detailed all the varieties of tree that they envisage putting in the scheme, but there is absolutely no mention of the soft landscaping which is filling the beds. So from the computer-generated images, we're just looking at some purple flowers. And this is massively problematic, and from the perspective of a garden designer, I have no ability to visualise this throughout the seasons or how the plants will grow and the maintenance costs. So what we get when we're looking at the approach to the Dever-Giller Bridge is two staircases and a flower bed with some purple flowers. And I think the key point for me as a garden designer here is that actually there isn't a single combination of plants, flowers, trees or green space that is appropriate. You couldn't show me any. You could take the best garden designer in the world and they could design the beds leading up to the Dever-Giller Bridge, but nothing makes up for the fact that you're sticking a ramp up on top of the second oldest bridge in Scotland.
Felix, could I just intervene a wee bit? It might help to maybe just stick to the text. Would that be useful,
sorry, yeah.
reporters?
Okay, so none of the plant choice here matters. From a garden design perspective, no arrangement of flowers, shrubs or trees or perennials is suitable here. And to compare this image to previous images of more forward-thinking, progressive schemes from around the world, all we see here is nature and greenery marginalised, allocated to peripheral bedding, cleared out the way of the pavement, which is given as a concretely human space to grow in a planted bed where it is allowed to be green, natural and a visual amenity. I'd also like to highlight section I from the Landscape and Public Realm Principles, which is to specify soft planting that is appropriate to the context. And I would note that throughout the Whitesands project landscape report, no indications have been given as I've already said that, as the planting plans of the flower beds. Further, consider the maintenance requirements of these beds and the long bed running along the top of the raised walkway in the bund, because from a garden design's perspective, there are two choices when it comes to how you fill flower beds. Either the bed is filled with a tasteful array of mixed perennials and perhaps some annuals, perhaps some small shrubs, which is what you call in garden design a herbaceous border, in which case the bed takes a conscious and fairly expert maintenance of a trained horticulturalist 4 or 5 times a year to keep it weed-free, to keep flowering stalks cut back to encourage longer flowering times, dead growth removed in autumn, compost added at crucial times of the year, as well as keeping it free of litter and general maintenance. The other approach is what I would call the car park planter approach, which is to stick a bunch of fairly bomb-proof evergreen shrubs, maybe flowering once or twice a year, which in time will grow to crowd out any weeds, provide year-round colour and massing, and take an idiot with a hedge cutter 20 minutes twice a year to hack back or maintain. In Scotland, you tend to find heather used in this way because it cleverly references the Scottish heritage of whatever is planted. Visually, the car park planter approach is of low aesthetic and horticultural value. This is an approach we would all recognise from any car park across the country, and not an approach I would want to see in front of Scotland's second oldest brig. Apart from the particular species of tree to be used, there are no indications of the presumably flowering plants to be used in the flower beds in the proposed schemes, in the Devigiller Bridge approach and throughout the proposals. I've recently spoken to Brian McAviney, who's been the head of the council's team in charge of maintaining and managing green spaces in Dumfries for over 40 years. He's genuinely appalled and miserable about how drastically and scaled back his staffing expertise and resources in the team he now works with, and which he feels actually render him totally unable to get anywhere close to the maintenance and management of green spaces in Dumfries, which he was even doing 5 years ago. I would strongly suspect then that what we'd find in the approach to the Devigiller Bridge and throughout the scheme is the car park planter approach, which would further add weight to my argument that this is a bargain basement, off-the-shelf green space scheme demonstrating a spectacular lack of imagination and vision. I feel the plans demonstrate a very poor understanding and referencing of the local history of Dumfries. The supporting documents, as they are wont to do, time after time, emphasise and stress the heritage of the area, the rich history of Dumfries. Indeed, Section E from the Landscape and Public Realms Principle states that the proposals will have regard to historic context. And aesthetically, I would challenge this point. The proposed scheme lacks an obvious unified or coherent design ethos. Instead, what we get is neither the historic landscape and design tropes, most often put to use in the regeneration of heritage and conservation areas, and I would just see that as a bunch of paving or walling solutions or lighting solutions, nor is there any consistent attempt at a modern or contemporary design scheme, which you can see when you look at some of the slides I pulled together showing the Madrid Riverside scheme or the meandering red ribbon in the new Riverside scheme in China. What I will say is that 3 components for me demonstrate the proposal's paucity and lack of care and consideration for surely one of the most unique town centres in Scotland. So, the use of brushed metal for lighting columns, street furniture and the glass balustrades frames. This is, to me, appropriate for second-rate business parks in North Lanarkshire and places that really don't have the focus that Dumfries has. This isn't acceptable for the Riverside scheme in Dumfries. Dumfries has one of the best preserved medieval townscapes, and we're talking about one of Scotland's oldest bridges. So brushed metal clearly conveys a very modern corporate aesthetic to any space in which it is employed. To find its use repeated in vertical lighting columns, benches, balustrades, belies the claim that the proposal affords due respect to the historic context of the Whitesands and communicates to me the internal incoherency of the proposed designs. The fact that historical elements are integrated into the new paving and hard landscaping scheme reminds me of a terrible project for me in Seven Sisters in Tottenham, North London, where the developer wants to demolish a Victorian department store, and conscious that they're getting rid of the history of the site, they intend to build a memory box, which is where in aspic they'll preserve certain features from the scheme that they develop. Using new paving as a vector of public art or a repository of existing art moved to a new location is neither innovative nor an appropriate way of integrating historical elements into the new scheme. And lastly, there's a particular image from the designs which show the Kenmure Terrace and Mill Green, and I feel this is very, very revealing of the whole scheme. I think this is actually the only design flourish, the only time when the scheme actually tries to do something fancy, and we see the imposition of the curved glazed balustrade in front of the Mill Green cottage, which I feel totally clashes with the existing street scheme from the suspension bridge towards the Robert Burns Centre. This curved glazed balustrade is wholly in with one of Scotland's few pedestrian suspension bridges, the Victorian Terrace, the older cottage, and I think it reveals the scheme to be a modern style of waterside regeneration, which I don't think is appropriate, and I find it an arrogant intervention. My contention, to summarise, is that the aesthetic effect of the proposal, visible through these computer-generated images, is of a very average and standard character. If we are to have a new and modern public realm along the length of the Whitesands, which I would really like to see, then the proposals are, with some of the images I've pulled from schemes in Hamburg, Berlin and China, quite simply they're not brave, innovative and modern enough. So if the scheme is to be sensitive to history and heritage, then a few stairwells and peripheral beds full of unspecified greenery celebrating the pedestrian approach to Scotland's oldest town centre bridge is an example of poor quality and unimaginative planting. I just think the whole thing speaks of the 1990s, and I think it's embarrassing because of that. I'd like to speak a bit about the raised walkway. I see it as the centrepiece of the whole scheme. A number of issues come up for me. So when we're looking at the whole length of the raised walkway, I would call that open parkland, which is mature lollipop trees plonked on top of grass. You see it all around us here. Open parkland isn't in and of itself an attractive landscape. It works in certain contexts around stately homes or in large parks. For example, the Greensands. I would characterise that as open parkland. And it has very, very little in terms of habitat for birds and insects and biodiversity. There's quite simply nothing for them to settle on or treat as habitat or feed from. So again, we're looking at peripheral beds and a hard landscaping approach to establish and maintain a clear and artificial binary between the world of pedestrians who get paving and the world of nature, which gets either herbaceous border or car park plants. I find it very hard to get excited when we see the full extent of the scheme about any aspect of that. So the trees are quite interesting in terms of what's been proposed, and in terms of the greenery and plants, which I find reference to. There's been a certain amount of somebody who knows trees has put these trees together. So we get a palette of white beam, liquid amber, maples, crab apples, and ornamental pears. They're all quite nice, but to be honest, they're fairly dull as well. These are what you'd see in most most regeneration schemes around the country. Liquid ambars and maples provide colour in autumn. This is true. Apples, pears and white beams have pretty flowers in spring. This is true. But none of these have anything to do with the wider context or site of Dumfries and the landscape you find around Dumfries. Apart from crab apples, none of these trees are native to Dumfries and Galloway or Scotland. Therefore, our native species of bird and insect don't naturally look to these trees to find food, shelter or habitat. Also, I've got problems with the height of the trees. What you tend to find with most new landscaping schemes is that a couple of nurseries from across Britain provide very mature trees, so that mature trees can go in place and create a sense of the finished scheme. But what my problem with the trees here is the height of them and how this will affect views of the river. And trees grow. So when trees are put in, they tend to be put in as standards, which means you get a very thick trunk and then the tree grows out, and that's how they'll be sold and planted. So most landscaping schemes employ large mature street trees, usually grown as standards, which are planted at around 5 metres. So the image shows trees after... so that's the image of the whole stretch of the bund. And they all look like mature trees that go in when they are planted. So they look like what it would look like when it's first planted at 5 metres. So all the trees that are given actually grow to very tall heights. So Whitebeam grows to 12 metres. Asa Armstrong grows to 12 metres. Liquid ambar, Iraclifera, Worplesdon grows to more than 12 metres. Pyrus Capital has a final height of more than 10 metres. The number 10 furniture section of the Whitesands project landscape report states that benches on the raised walkway would not present a solid form in order to support the project objective of maximising the intervisibility between the river and the town side of the flood barrier. So that just strikes me as odd that the benches are being considered for not providing a visual screen, but the trees will provide a massive visual screen. And also, the trees get planted at 5 metres, but all these trees want to grow large. So it's quite a particular arboricultural know-how to prune. Okay, sorry.
Felix,
all right, yeah, okay.
Felix, I know you're enthusiastic, right, but could you please stick to the text?
So what will happen when these trees grow is they will increasingly screen and block any view of the Nith and Maxwellton beyond that any visitor or pedestrian might have from the street in Dumfries. So walking down Bank Street, your view would be screened. Unless a maintenance scheme for sensitive and high-level arboricultural work is put in place to keep the new trees in shape and pruned to a level where they are allowed to grow and mature without further damaging the maximised intervisibility between the town and the river. As the scheme settles and matures, what will happen is that the visual impact of the scheme itself, the hill, the trees, the raised walkways, will totally dominate the views from Dumfries Town Centre and other parts of the Sands. And again, I feel that this diminishes the role and the place of the river in the townscape of Dumfries. I'd like to talk now about public arts and events and the potential for these to happen with the new Sands. So in the landscape and public realms principle, section N is about creating places for organised or informal events, and I really feel this is one of my primary criticisms. Recall the scenes from Paris or China or Miami, which are the images I've pulled together, of people milling around and socialising into the evening in attractive outdoor open space. I believe that the open parkland of the proposed scheme, with its large tracts of grass and small, poorly defined spaces for public events, will actually compromise the Whitesands' ability to host organised or informal events. What I want to see is the whole area rebuilt as a public place which can host its own events, musical concerts and cultural happenings at a variety of scales, methodologies and conceptual levels. So here I might mention that the Rood Fair, an age-old Dumfries institution, would have no place to go in the proposed scheme. But this is exactly the type of event, of happening, which I think could be better integrated into a better thought-through scheme. The image of the wider landscape of the whole scheme appears to show a central area of a kind of amphitheatre above what gets called the sandy opening. So clearly for me, this area has the potential to allow crowds to gather to watch a performance taking place at the sandy opening. But I wonder what happens if more than a few hundred people turn up unannounced. What would happen if more than a few hundred people turn up unannounced after 3 days of rain? Attendees would then have to spill over the paved area onto the raised grass slopes. If the ground is wet, which is highly likely in Scotland, or the river has recently flooded, this will severely restrict the ability of the proposed space to host events, or this will entail a lot of mud, the churning up of the grass slopes, and a complicated arrangement of lawn care and horticultural labour on the grass to restore and maintain a high-quality grass surface for the rest of the year when events are not taking place. Likewise, a similar stepped effect will be created further down on this image, and that's where the path at the top of the walkway meets the bottom one, and where they meet, there's just some weird steps plonked in. I don't know what reason this is there, other than because this is a slope. I question what the intended use or function of this stepped space is. I feel the Whitesands has such huge potential, regionally significant, to establish itself as an open and flexible space along the length of the river for cultural and creative purposes. Performance, drama, sculpture, pop-up architecture. But I believe these possibilities are severely restricted by this off-the-shelf urban design and the interventions such as these stepped slopes. What are the steps here for? I would take this further and ask, what is the grass along the whole scheme proposed for? I simply don't envisage it being covered in people picnicking every time the sun shines. I just feel it will become another space which will need mowing twice a week in the height of summer, once a week in the spring and autumn. And having done this so many times, with all the grass cuttings being taken off the site and driven to the council's green waste dump outside of Kingham Quay, that raises a whole bunch of other issues as well. Also, the sloped grass surface presents its own challenges for mowing, and the slippage of a lawnmower operatives is a real issue in wet conditions. I envisage that the whole grass slope would take a couple of hours for a single person to mow, and I wonder when this would be undertaken and what kind of visual and noise nuisance for pedestrians using this site, and I just don't feel this is given consideration in the council's report. I feel that the grass slope immediately presents, certainly to me, a variety of maintenance and cost implications which would represent a considerable burden on a council which already fails to adequately manage and maintain much of the town centre green spaces. And it is actually for this reason that, as a garden designer and somebody very ecologically interested, I don't feel a green space is desirable or appropriate for the Whitesands. The proposed spaces add very little in terms of natural habitat, visual amenity, and usable functional recreational space. So I feel that large areas of grassed surface will actually impede the potential of the site from developing and will not allow for events of different sizes and natures, the flexible creative use of space such as pop-up bars or gallery spaces. Quite simply, if it's been raining lots or if the river floods, the grassed parts of the raised walkway will become out of bounds, restricting pedestrian footfall to the areas of hard landscaping because neither the council nor the pedestrians wants mud all over their shoes. I'll speak briefly about art or lack thereof, and then I'll conclude. So the art section is left towards the end of the Whitesands project landscape report, and it simply mentions relocating some of the existing unfair and poor quality pieces of public art into the paving around a few new seating areas. And for me, this speaks volumes about how the designers envisage the creative potential of their scheme and the role and potential of Dumfries's already vibrant creative community and developing further and engaging more widely with the town. So, how these proposals dominate in their Riverside context. Again, this is one of my central criticisms of the scheme. Such a lot of money and effort has been put into the proposed redevelopment of the Whitesands. A prime example of this, for me, was the council's desire to be seen as somehow modern and cutting edge when it paid for the creation of the 3D virtual reality model of their designs, which then gave rise to the visualizations featured in the Whitesands project landscape report. My main contention